Chapter 38 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. T. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 38. A Talk About Home. "I have a favor to ask of you, my friends," said Hendrik the day after they had been introduced at court. "I want a little information, if either of you can give it." "Very well," said Willem. "I, for one, will do all in my power to instruct you. What do you wish to know?" "If we are to stay in this part of the world any longer," continued Hendrik, "I wish some one to give me a good reason for our doing so. I am ready to return home." "And so am I," said Arend. "And I also," added Hans. "The last 3 or 4 weeks have given me quite enough of hunting giraffes or anything else. We have been hunted too much ourselves." "I'm sorry to hear you talking in this way," said Groot Willem, "for I am not ready to return yet. We have not accomplished the purpose for which we set forth." "True," replied Hendrik, "and I believe we never shall." "Why do you think so?" asked Willem with a look of surprise. "Tell me why I should not think so," answered Hendrik. "To begin with general principles, people are rarely successful in every undertaking in life. We have been fortunate on our 2 former expeditions, and we have no great cause to complain should we be disappointed in this one. We cannot always expect to win. Fortune is fickle, and my chief desire now is that we may reach home in safety." "I am not prepared to go home yet," rejoined Willem, in a way that told his companions he was in earnest. "We have only been in the neighbourhood of the Limpopo for a few short weeks, and we have been successful in getting a good many hippopotamus teeth. We have made but one attempt to capture giraffes, and I have not come more than 1,000 miles to relinquish an undertaking because I have met with one failure. What are we here for? The journey from Graaf Reinet to this place should not be made for nothing. We must have something to show for the loss of our time, besides the loss of our horses, and when we have made 4 or 5 more unsuccessful attempts at procuring what we came for, then I'll listen patiently to your talk about returning, not before." Hendrik and Arend were thinking of the many narrow escapes from death they had met within the last few weeks, but perhaps more of their sweethearts. Hans could not withdraw his thoughts from the anticipated voyage to Europe, but these motives for action would have been powerless as arguments with Groot Willem, even had they made use of them. He had come to the north for 2 young giraffes. Both time and money had been lost in the expedition, and his companions could give no substantial reason why they should not make some further attempt to accomplish the object for which it had been undertaken. Willem was generally inclined to yield to the wishes of his companions. On trivial affairs he never made them unhappy by any spirit of opposition, nor did he suffer himself to be made so. But they could not control him now. It was not in the nature of either Hans, Hendrik, or Arend to return home and leave him alone. And since he continued, as Hendrik said, obstinate as a vlakkevarken, they were reluctantly compelled to remain. They were told that within 1 day's journey to the west there was a large forest of kameeldoorn, where giraffes were often seen, and they determined to pay this forest a visit. Macora had become a great favourite at court, and having the business on hand of establishing his tribe in a new home, he could not accompany them. He assured them, however, that there was no fear of their not finding giraffes in the aforesaid forest, as well as a convenient place for constructing a trap to capture them. They would also have men to assist them. In order not to put them to any trouble in communicating with him, he sent 4 of his best messengers along with them, 2 of whom were to be sent to him whenever the hunters had any important news to communicate. With feelings of renewed pleasure, our young hunters once more set forth upon an expedition which, instead of being a retreat from savage foes, was but the parting from friends that might be met again. Hendrik and Arend had occasionally forgotten the allurements of home in the excitement of the chase, but when driven from one place to another, and often in danger of losing their lives, it is not to be wondered at that their thoughts should revert to the tranquil scenes of civilized life. Swartboy was highly delighted at thought of parting with the Makololo. For several days past he had been sorrowing within himself at the misfortune of being found in bad company, or professing to sorrow for it. What the bushman's real opinions were will ever be an unimportant mystery on earth, though he never lost an opportunity of endeavouring to prove that all the misfortunes occurring to his masters had been owing to the fact that they were guided by Congo, that they had been in company with people who spoke a language the Kaffir could understand, and that he himself could not. This he seemed to think was sufficient reason for any trouble that might befall them. They had left the tribe now, and Swartboy had become one of 10, and not one among hundreds. He had certain duties to perform that gave him a status in the company. His complaints and suggestions were now listened to, and he began to give expression to the hope that he might yet succeed in bringing the expedition to a successful issue. On the way to the mimosa forest nothing of any interest occurred, even to Hans, who, along the route, kept lingering behind his companions to examine the plants that were to be seen along the way. There was one little incident, however, apparently a very interesting one to the dogs. While passing an elevation that might almost have been called a mountain, a troop of chacmas, or dog-faced baboons, was seen descending from the summit, probably in search of water. The hunters had often heard that dogs have a greater hatred for these animals than for any others, and they now had strong evidence of the truth of this statement. Only one dog of the whole pack had ever encountered chacmas before, yet immediately on seeing them, all seemed aroused to the highest pitch of fury it was possible for canine nature to attain. Simultaneously they rushed towards the baboons, baying savagely as they ran. Sheer instinct seemed to have stirred them to this animosity against animals whose aspect, in some respects, resembled their own. "Ride forward," shouted Willem, "or our dogs will be killed." Up to this time the baboons had shown no disposition to retreat. They appeared to think that the trouble of fighting dogs was not so great as that of returning up the mountain, but at the first report of Groot Willem's roar, they scattered off after a fashion that left the dogs not the slightest chance of overtaking them. Only one of them remained behind, and it was the animal that had received the shot. Being wounded, it was immediately attacked by the dogs, who could not be choked off till they had torn the ugly brute into shreds. End of chapter 38. Recording by Mr. T. Chapter 39 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. T. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 39. Among the Mimosas. The hunters were now intent upon but one object, that of procuring the giraffes. The roar of a lion near the camp could not have drawn them out of it. An elephant carrying many pounds of ivory was a sight that did not awaken sufficient interest to tempt a pursuit. All had a full appreciation of the task to be accomplished before they could return to their home, and they would allow nothing to interfere with the business before them. By the side of the mimosa grove, which was now to be the scene of their labours, ran a small stream. On its banks they soon discovered the spoor of giraffes. Some of the tracks were of small dimensions, evidently the hoof marks of young calves. Groot Willem was in high spirits. There was once more a prospect of satisfying his hunter ambition. His companions, though not so confident of success, were equally as anxious to obtain it. The day after their arrival on the borders of the Camulduran forest, a drove of giraffes was seen coming out from among the timber and making their way to the stream. The timid animals, unaware of their proximity to man, walked on until within 150 yards of the spot where the hunters stood, before seeing the latter. They then turned suddenly, and with a swift but awkward gait retreated westward across the open plain and entirely away from the mimosa forest. Hendrik and Arend were with some difficulty restrained from pursuing them. There was an opportunity for an exciting chase, and to remain inactive and see the giraffes disappear over the plain required a strong self-denying effort. It was Groot Willem who held them in check. "Did you not see that there were 3 young ones in the drove?" said he. "Their home is very likely in this forest, and we must not frighten them away from it." "They have already been hunted," answered Hendrik. "I am sure I saw an arrow sticking in the side of one of them. Some black has amused himself by torturing a creature he was unable to kill." "It's a great pity they saw us at all," said Willem, "but they will probably return to the shelter of the trees. We must make sure that they have their haunt about here, and then we can send for some of Macora's people, and let them build us another trap. That appears to be the only way of catching them." Another day passed, in which the hunters amused themselves in killing reed bucks and other game in larger quantities than they required. Nothing more of the giraffes was seen, and on the next day the party started off on the spoor of the giraffes they had seen. Another mimosa forest was discovered about 15 miles farther to the west, and on riding around it, they came upon a small lagoon. Its banks were trampled with the hoof marks of many giraffes, some of which were very small. They had evidently been lately made, and by the same drove they had seen 3 days before. From this it was evident that the flock frequented both forests. "We have seen quite enough for the present," said Willem. "Our next plan is to send for Macora's promised assistance, and construct another trap." In this all the others agreed, and then arose the question, where shall the trap be built? "We may as well have it at the other grove," said Hendrik, "for we can easily drive them back to the place where they were first seen." No strong reasons could be advanced against this suggestion, and it was adopted. Next morning 2 of the Makololo were dispatched to Macora for the purpose of claiming his promised assistance, and all went back to the forest first visited, and there encamped. On the day the chief's workmen were expected to arrive, Hendrik and Arend had ridden a few miles up the stream seeking for something to destroy. Impelled by that incomprehensible desire for taking life so natural to the hunter, they could not rest quietly at night unless they had killed something during the day. They had arrived at a thick belt of forest consisting of acacias and evergreen shrubs, and trees of the strelitzia, zamia, and speckboom, when their ears were assailed by the sound of breaking branches and the unmistakable rushing of some large animals through the thicket. "Prepare yourself, Arend, we may have some sport here," cried Hendrik, and both drew rein to await the denouement. A few seconds only elapsed when the forms of 2 full-grown giraffes were observed breaking from the thicket. On the back of one of these was a leopard. Blood was streaming down its breast, and it was reeling wildly in its gait. Knowing that the leopard is a cowardly creature, and that its capability for taking its prey is so great that it rarely suffers from want of food, and never where there is an abundance of game, the youths knew that its attack on the giraffe must have been caused by some other motive than that of satisfying the appetite of hunger. Its young had been disturbed in their lair, or the giraffes had in some other way aroused its animosity. On reaching the open ground, it was seen that the unencumbered giraffe quickly forsook its companion, which was now showing unmistakable signs of being able to go but a very little farther. Its life-blood was flowing from its neck, and the stately monster was about to topple over under the injuries it had received from its fierce, agile enemy. The hunters were spectators of an incident such had probably never before happened, that of a leopard killing a giraffe. Circumstances had favoured the beast of prey, and the huge ruminant, that had in some unconscious way aroused its anger, was being destroyed by an animal not the 10th part of its own strength or bulk. 2 dogs that were along with the hunters, not heeding the voices of their owners, essayed to take a part in the destruction of the innocent creature. Both ran yelping after it, and endeavoured to lay hold of its heels. Lifting one of its feet, the tottering camelopard dashed it with unerring aim against one of the dogs, with a force that threw the cur several feet backward, where it lay sprawling in the last convulsive motions of life. By making this effort, the reeling body of the giraffe lost its balance, and throwing its head violently to one side, it fell heavily to the earth, its shoulders covering part of the leopard's body, and crushing the latter to death. Like Samson, the leopard had brought destruction upon itself. Handing the reins of the bridle to Arend, Hendrik walked up within a few feet of the leopard's head, and put an end to its snarling screams by a ball through the brain. What little life remained in the giraffe soon departed from it, along with the blood which the beast of prey had let out of its veins. Standing over the 2 carcasses, the hunters tried to arrive at some comprehension of the strange scene they had witnessed. They had heard of a lion having ridden on the back of a giraffe for a distance of many miles, and had treated the story as a fabrication. Before them was evidence that a leopard had travelled no little distance in a similar manner. Why should not a lion do the same? Notwithstanding the thickness of the hide that covered the neck of the giraffe, it had been torn to shreds that were hanging down over its shoulders. The long claws and tusks of the leopard had been repeatedly buried in its flesh. Arteries and veins had been dragged from their beds and laid open, ere the strength and life of the animal had forsaken it. This could not have been the work of a few seconds. Several minutes may have been required for inflicting the injuries the giraffe had suffered, and during that time its merciless foe was probably wholly unconscious that it was being borne far from the scene where the attack had been commenced. Death had saved it from the surprise of discovering that, in the practice of its ferocious fury, it had been carried far away from the young it was making such efforts to defend. End of chapter 39. Recording by Mr. T. Chapter 40 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. T. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 40. Another Disappointment. 3 days after the departure of the messengers, Macora's promise of aid was again fulfilled by the arrival of 30 workmen. A site for the hopo was chosen about half a mile from the forest edge, and the construction of it was immediately commenced. Anxious to learn the result of another attempt at capturing giraffes, the hunters toiled early and late. 2 of them were constantly handling the axes, felling small trees which the blacks transported to the place where they were to be used, while the other 2 superintended the setting of the sticks. The labour of constructing this trap was not so great as the other, for a more convenient site had been chosen. The 2 fences were to be placed a little beyond the sides of the mimosa grove, which was not more than a half-mile wide, nor was the pit made so large as the first, and by toiling nearly all the time from sunrise to sunset, the contrivance was got ready for use in 7 days. While the work was progressing, several giraffes had been seen in the neighbourhood, and the hopes of the hunters were once more in the ascendant. All were in high spirits with the prospect that, within 2 or 3 days, they might be on their return to Graaf Reinet. To make more sure of success, they paid a visit to the second mimosa grove, taking along with them a large party of the Makololo. Their object was to drive the giraffes out of that tract of timber into the one where the trap was being prepared for them. During their excursion no camelopards were seen in this second grove, but this, in the opinion of the hunters, was of little consequence. They would be discovered in the place where they were wanted, and in this hope they hastened back to the hopo. The same means for driving the giraffes into the trap were again employed. A regular battue was established, all hands taking share in it. The Makololo, accompanied by their dogs, and making as much noise as lay in their power, passed through the tract of timber, while Willem and Hendrik rode along one side, and Hans and Arend on the other. As the beaters drew near the end where the trap was established, Willem began to have an apprehension that something was wrong. No herds of large game were seen escaping from the cover. No sounds of crashing sticks and breaking branches struck upon his ear. The forest seemed deserted by all but the noisy Makololo, who were working their way through its shady aisles. The termination of the battue was at length reached. Within the pen were seen enclosed a few small antelopes of common species, a pair of brindled gnus, and some wild hogs. This was a bitter disappointment. The giraffes had got away, no one knew how or where. They might return again, but no one could be certain of this. Those amongst the Makololo who professed to be best acquainted with their habit expressed the belief that they had migrated to some extensive forests far away towards the south, and that no more camelopards might be found in that neighbourhood for the 6 months to follow. They, the Makololo, were anxious to return to their homes. Perhaps this may have guided them in their opinion. They had huts to build, and land to cultivate for their families, and had neglected these duties in obedience to the command of their chief. The hunters could not reasonably detain them longer, and, though with reluctance, permitted them to take their departure. 3 days were passed in riding about the neighbourhood, and exploring it within a circle of 20 miles. Several small groves of cameel doorn were found, but no camelopards could be seen. They had evidently forsaken that district or country, and might not return for many weeks or months. The Makololo appeared to have spoken the truth. "I don't say that we have been acting like fools," said Arend, "but I will say that we deserve to be called nothing else if we squander any more time in search of what fate has decreed that we are not to obtain." "Go on, Arend," exclaimed Hendrik. "I could not talk more sensibly myself." "I have nothing more to say at present," said Arend, with a significant shake of the head, as much as to say that the subject was too plain to require discussion. "What should we do, Hans?" asked Groot Willem. "Start for home," was the ready answer. "I am now of Hendrik's opinion," continued the botanist. "We should not expect to be successful in every undertaking, and we have for some time been engaged on one in which we seem destined to fail." "Very well," said Groot Willem. "Let us first go back to the country of Macora. It will be so far on our way to Graaf Reinet." Seeing that Swartboy was anxious to give his opinion on this important subject, Hendrik was kind enough to give him a chance by asking for it. The bushman possessed to an extraordinary degree the not unusual accomplishment of saying a very little in a great many words. Fortunately for the gratification of his vanity, the hunters were at supper, and had time to listen to his circumlocution. The failure of the expedition so far was, in Swartboy's opinion, wholly owing to Congo. He had known from the first that no success could attend them while guided by a Kaffir, or any race of blacks whose language a Kaffir could understand. Swartboy further informed them that in his childhood he had daily seen giraffes, and that if they were amongst his countrymen, the Bushmen, who in his opinion were honest and intelligent compared with other Africans, they would have no difficulty in procuring what they required. This communication, to those who knew that the Bushmen were perhaps the lowest specimens of humanity to be found in all Africa, only created a smile on the faces of his listeners, but with this proof of his eloquence Swartboy seemed quite satisfied. On their arrival at Macora's new settlement, the chief expressed much regret at the failure of their expedition, but could give Willem but little or no hope that there was another chance of success, at least for some time to come. Camelopards, he said, often migrated from one district to another, travelling for several days at a time, and often going 30 or 40 miles a day. A drove containing young ones, such as were required, might not be seen in the neighbourhood for several weeks. He still promised to render all the assistance himself and tribe were capable of affording. Willem might have remained to try another trap, but the voice of his companions was in favour of at once setting out for Graaf Reinet. This soon became too emphatic for him to resist, and the great hunter had to yield. A sort of compromise was, however, agreed upon, which was that they should go home, not on a direct course for Graaf Reinet, but through the country of the Bechuanas, crossing some districts inhabited by the Bushmen. Thence they could turn eastward and homeward. In this journey Willem promised to cause them no unnecessary delay, and his companions agreed to do their best in aiding him to accomplish his cherished purpose. In Macora's tribe were 4 young men who had a strong desire to visit the white settlements and learn something more of the customs of a civilized people than could be gathered from occasional hunters and traders. These young men were furnished by their friends with an outfit of oxen, and some merchandise in the shape of leopard skins, ostrich feathers, and ivory. They were instructed by Macora to render all the assistance they could to his friend Willem and his young associates. On leaving, the hunters were escorted by the chief and other leading men of the tribe for a distance of several miles. At parting with these, our adventurers had every reason to know that they were taking leave of true friends. The chief and Sindo were nearly disconsolate at the separation, especially from Groot Willem, to whom both declared that they owed their lives. Each promised some time to pay him a visit in his far-away home. The hunters started forth on their journey under the firm impression that amongst the Makalolos were men possessing almost every noble attribute of human nature. End of chapter 40. Recording by Mr. T. Chapter 41 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mr. T. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 41. A Herd of Buffaloes. When on what might be termed the way back to Graaf Reinet, Hans, Hendrik, and Arend were on very good terms with themselves and everybody else. This was not the case with Groot Willem. He moved on along with the others because there was still a prospect of meeting with giraffes, but the fear of reaching the settlements without taking a pair of young ones back with him was a source of constant annoyance. He was inclined to linger on the road, and never lost an opportunity of delaying the march in pursuit of different animals, either for amusement or for food. On the third morning after parting with Macora, a large herd of buffaloes was observed. They were pasturing around the base of a hill about half a mile from the line of route on which our travellers were proceeding. In an instant Groot Willem was in his saddle and riding towards them. The others seemed rather reluctant to accompany him. "Here's a delay of another day," exclaimed Arend. "Willem will kill a buffalo, and insist on our staying to eat it." "Very unlikely," said Hendrik, "but I don't see why he should have all the sport to himself." Leaping into their saddles, Hendrik and Arend rode after Willem, and were followed by two of the Makololo mounted on oxen. The patient and philosophical Hans remained behind to await their return. Following a course that would place him in advance of the herd, Willem, who did not wish to frighten the buffaloes by charging rapidly upon them, was soon overtaken by the others. The buffaloes, more than 200 in number, were all moving in one direction, but very slowly, as they were engaged in grazing. When the hunters had got within about 300 yards of them, they all raised their heads, and after gazing for a moment at the strange creatures who had come to disturb their repast, again lowered them, and continued quietly pasturing. The leader of the herd had not yet given the signal for flight. "We must ride farther to the left and get round them," suggested Willem. "Some of the old bulls may charge upon us, and if so, we had better retreat up the hill." By the time the hunters had reached the sloping ground, and got within 100 paces of the herd, several of the bulls had placed themselves in an attitude of defiance, and stood fronting the enemy as if to cover the retreat of the cows and the calves, for there were several of them in the drove. A good shot is seldom made from the back of a horse. Knowing this, the hunters dismounted, and taking steady aim, fired, each having selected a victim. The 3 shots were discharged within the same number of seconds, and on firing, each of the hunters hastened to regain his saddle. On receiving the volley, several bulls broke from the line and charged furiously forward upon their assailants. At sight of them, the horses, anxious to get out of the way, began to pitch and rear, so that it was difficult to mount them. Hendrik and Arend succeeded in regaining their saddles, but Willem failed. The horse, which had often carried him within a few yards of an enraged elephant, was now struck frantic with fear at the bellowing of the wounded bulls. As they made their impetuous charge, he endeavoured to get loose from his master. The more the hand of Willem strove to restrain him, the more anxious he seemed to be off, and notwithstanding the hunter's great strength, he was dragged on the bridle until one of the reins broke, and the other was pulled through his grasp with a velocity that cut his fingers nearly to the bone. By this time one of the bulls was close up to him. Notwithstanding his great size, Groot Willem was neither unwieldy nor awkward in action. On the contrary, he was swift of foot, but for all this there was no hope of his being able to outrun an African buffalo. So sudden had been the charge of the angry animals, that one of the oxen ridden by the Makololo had not time to be got out of the way, and was abandoned by his owner. As good luck would have it for Willem, the unfortunate ox was the means of saving his life. Charging upon it, the buffalo thrust one of its long horns through the ribs of the ox, lifting the saddle clear from its back, and laying the animal itself along the earth, dead as if struck down by a pole axe. The buffalo was itself now attacked by 3 or 4 dogs, that served for some time to engage its attention. For a good while its canine assailants continued to keep clear of both its hoofs and horns, till one of them, essaying to seize it by the snout, was struck down and trampled under foot. The vindictive nature of the African buffalo was now displayed before the eyes of the spectators. Not contented with having killed the dog, it knelt down upon the carcass, crushing it under its knees, as if determined to leave not a bone unbroken. The animal seemed angry with itself for its inability to mangle its victim with hoof and horns at the same time. While this scene was transpiring, Groot Willem was given time to reload his roer. A bullet through its body brought the buffalo again to its knees, from which it had just arisen to continue the pursuit. Bellowing in a manner that caused the air to vibrate for a mile around the spot, the creature once more rose to its feet, staggered a pace or two, and then sank back to the earth, to rise no more. It had been severely wounded by the first fire, and the grass for a large space round it was sprinkled with its blood. Groot Willem was not the only one who had been charged upon. Arend and Hendrik were also obliged to retreat, each pursued by a brace of bulls. Fortunately the hill was close at hand, and against its sloping side they urged their horses both with whip and spur. The immense weight of the buffalo bull hinders him from running rapidly uphill, although in the contrary direction he will often overtake a horse. As the animals in question soon perceived the hopelessness of the chase, they abandoned it, and trotting back to the drove, now going off over the plain below, they left the young hunters in quiet possession of the spoil they had obtained. This was what the hunters supposed they would do. They soon saw their mistake, as the 4 bulls, instead of continuing on after the retreating drove, turned suddenly to one side, and rushed towards a wounded bull that was lagging a long way in the rear. A spectacle was now witnessed which caused astonishment to those who saw it. Instead of trying to protect their injured companion, the 4 bulls set upon it, flinging it from its feet, and goring it with their horns. This cruel treatment was continued until the unfortunate animal lay still in death. They did not appear to be inspired by any feeling of rage, but only acting under some instinct not understood. There seemed something horrible in this attack upon their disabled companion, but alas, it was not so very unlike what often occurs among men. Misfortune too frequently turning friends into enemies. After settling with their wounded comrade, the 4 bulls continued their retreat, and soon overtook the herd they had tarried to protect. The buffalo shot by Willem was the largest our hunters had yet killed, and curiosity led them to make a note of its dimensions. It was 8 feet in length and nearly 6 in height to the summit of the shoulders. The tips of its long horns were 5 feet 3 inches asunder. Across one shoulder and a part of the neck was a broad scar more than 2 feet in length. This scar was conspicuous at some distance, notwithstanding the animal's hide was covered with a thick coat of dark brown hair, showing that it was not very far advanced in years. The wound leaving this mark had evidently been given by the claws of a lion. This they knew to be the case, from seeing 3 scratches parallel with each other, showing where the lion's claws had been drawn transversely across the shoulder. Some steak and other choice portions being cut from the brace of bulls were packed upon the saddle croup to be carried away, and after a short halt and a feast upon fresh buffalo beef, our adventurers resumed their interrupted journey. End of chapter 41. Recording by Mr. T.
Chapter 42 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 42. The Poisoned Spring. On the evening of the 8th day after leaving Macora, the hunters encamped on the bank of a small stream, which they computed to be about 120 miles south of the place from where their return journey commenced. Within the mind of Groot Willem there was still a lingering hope that they might again meet with giraffes, and he had never lost an opportunity of looking for them along the route. The delays caused by his explorations had been a source of constant annoyance to the others, but as Willem had a will of his own, one, nevertheless, united with a disposition so cheerful as to be proof against any attempts at controversy, his companions were compelled to be content with the knowledge that they were slowly progressing towards Graaf Reinet. In the morning after entering their new camp, they arose to look upon a scene more beautiful than any other they had yet beheld in the extended country over which they had wandered. Near them was a grove of oleander bushes, loaded with beautiful blossoms. Every branch was adorned by the presence of 2 or more beautiful green sugar birds, the Certhia (Nectarinia) famosa. Nothing in nature can exceed in splendor the plumage of the sugar bird. The little vale in which the hunters had encamped seemed a paradise, bathed in golden sunlight, and even the cattle appeared to leave it with some reluctance. On moving down the bed of the watercourse, they found that they were not traveling by the side of a running stream, but by what, in the dry season, was a chain of lakelets or waterholes. After crossing a bar between 2 of these ponds, they were much annoyed by a horrible stench borne upon the breeze, and coming from the direction they intended to take. As they journeyed on, so offensive grew the smell, that a halt was made, and a resolution passed without a dissenting voice, that they should turn to the east, and get to windward of this offensive odour, still unexplained. While doing this, they observed to the west a flock of vultures, wheeling high up in the air, and, down upon the plain below, hundreds of jackals and hyenas were seen leaping about. So large an assemblage of these carrion-feeding creatures called for an explanation, and on riding nearer, the hunters saw a number of dead antelopes lying within a few feet of each other. As they rode further along the plain, more dead antelopes were seen, and they began to fear that they had entered some valley of death, from which they might never go out. The mystery, for such it was to them, was readily cleared up by the Makololo and Congo. The antelopes had been drinking water from a pond or spring poisoned by the natives, which proved that our travellers had arrived in the neighbourhood of some tribe of Bechuanas. Of this method, for wantonly destroying animal life, practised by many of the native African tribes, the hunters had often heard. The many stories which they had been told of the wholesale destruction of game by poison, and which they had treated with incredulity, after all, had not been exaggerated. They estimated the number of dead antelopes lying within a circumference of a mile at not less than 200. One of the water holes of the chain by which they had halted had been poisoned. A herd of antelopes had quenched their thirst at the place, and had only climbed up the bank to lie down and die. "We have been very fortunate," remarked Groot Willem, "in not encamping by the poisoned water ourselves. Had we done so, we all by this time would have been food for the jackals and hyenas, as these antelopes are now." To this unqualified surmise Congo did not wholly give his assent. He believed that men would not be likely to drink a sufficient quantity of the water to cause death, though he further stated that their cattle and horses, had they quenched their thirst at the pond, would have been killed to a certainty. For the sake of procuring 3 or 4 antelopes for food with the least trouble, the Bechuanas had destroyed a whole herd. This is the usual economy practised by those who live in a land teeming with a too great abundance of animal life. To get away from the sickening scene thus presented to their view, even Groot Willem was willing to continue the journey, and it was resumed, all being thankful that the distance accomplished on the day before had not been so long, by a mile or 2, as it might have been. Knowing that they were in the neighbourhood of the Bechuanas, the Makololo professed some fear for their cattle. They said that these might be stolen or taken from them by force. But the hunters believed such fears too flattering to the Bechuana character. From all they had heard of the people composing that numerous nation, they were under the impression that they were too cowardly and indolent to be regarded with any apprehension. The next morning, when continuing their journey, Arend, who was riding a little in advance, suddenly reined up, at the same time calling out, "I see a kraal and a field of maize." Groot Willem and Hendrik rode forward, and became convinced that Arend was in the right. Almost at the same instant the hunter descried other objects in which he was more interested than in a village of Bechuanas or anything belonging to them. 2 large elephants were seen moving across the plain in the direction of the maize field. "Let us steal upon them silently," suggested Willem. "We need not all go. 2 or 3 will be enough. Some one must stay with the cattle." Saying this, he rode off, followed by Hendrik and Arend. Hans assented to stay behind, attended by Swartboy, and Congo, with the assistance of Makololo, halted the cattle and pack horses. Thus tarrying, they were witnesses of what they expected to prove an interesting scene. They saw nothing to prevent the stalkers from attaining a fine opportunity for a shot, and they knew that a wounded elephant seldom seeks safety in flight. One or both of the animals would be killed, and the violent death of an elephant is, under all circumstances, a spectacle painfully interesting. "But for us," said Groot Willem, as he rode by the side of Hendrik, "those elephants would destroy that field of maize. The owners of the field could not prevent them if they were to try. They cannot even frighten them away from their work of devastation. The young hunter was soon to be undeceived. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 43. Excitement for All. The two elephants were moving along what seemed to be a narrow path leading to the maize field, or the kraal behind it. They were in no great haste, but going as though conscious that a favorite article of food was near, and that they were pretty sure of obtaining it. "When once they get engaged upon the corn," said Hendrik, "they are ours. They won't notice us, and we shall have an opportunity for getting a good shot." Suddenly one of the elephants, the foremost one, was seen to sink into the earth. The other stopped for a moment, as though endeavouring to comprehend the cause of his companion's disappearance. It then turned round and commenced carefully treading the back track. "A pit!" exclaimed Hendrik. "One of the elephants has gone down into a pit." "On! on! Let us kill the other!" shouted Groot Willem, as he urged his gigantic horse into a gallop. Hendrik and Arend galloped after. The retreating elephant was apparently in no haste to get out of their way, but moved leisurely along. When the three youths were within 100 yards of it, uttering a trumpet-like sound, it turned and charged toward them. Expecting something of the kind, they were not unprepared. Groot Willem instantly brought the roer to his shoulder and fired. The loud report of the gun was accompanied by the sharp cracks of the two rifles carried by his companions. Hendrik and Arend wheeled their horses to the right, Willem turned to the left, and the huge monster rushed between them. For a moment it stopped, as if undecided which to pursue first. Had the three gone in the same direction, there probably would not have been an instant's hesitation, and one of them would have risked being overtaken. That moment of indecision gave them time for forming a plan, and gaining a start upon their pursuer. "The pit! the pit!" shouted Hendrik. "Ride for the pit!" His command was instantly obeyed. The elephant turned, and, observing the direction of their retreat, continued to pursue them, but in a slow, leisurely way, as though not wholly decided whether to follow them or not. At that instant was heard a loud, prolonged bellowing, the voice of an elephant in the agony of despair. It proceeded from the pit. The pursuer instantly came to a stand. The cry of its companion in distress awoke a feeling more human than that of revenge. It was fear, a fear that seemed to control its power of reasoning, since it immediately turned tail and retreated from the danger that had befallen its friend. While making its retreat, it appeared to choose the tracks made by the horses in approaching the spot, as though instinct admonished it that by doing so it would avoid any pitfalls that might be constructed on the plain. "After him! Follow him up!" cried Arend. "Hans is in danger." Only a short while was spent in reloading their guns. Then, urging their horses to the greatest speed, they galloped after the elephant. Hans and his dusky companions had not been uninterested spectators of the actions of the others, and now saw that they would soon be called upon to become actors in a similar scene. The elephant was rushing rapidly down upon them, but the thought of flight only arose in their minds to be immediately dismissed. The pack horses must be defended at all cost, and the young botanist, bidding Swartboy and Congo look after them, rode out in front to meet the advancing foe. He was mounted on a horse that would not stand quiet for 2 seconds at a time, and, as his life might depend on the correctness of his aim, he dismounted for the purpose of firing. His horse, released, galloped away from his side. The wounded elephant was not more than 50 paces off, and now turned in pursuit of the horse, apparently without seeing the enemy it should have feared most. This was the opportunity for Hans, and he did not allow it to escape him. Steadily raising the gun to his shoulder, he aimed at the huge creature, just behind its foreleg, as the latter was thrown forward in the stride. On shambled the enraged monster with a deafening roar. The other horses had already broken from the control of their keepers, and were galloping in different directions. A few long stretches, and the tusks of the elephant were close upon Congo's steed, which chanced to be crossing the line of pursuit at right angles. In another instant the horse was tossed into the air, and, passing 6 or 8 feet high above the monster's back, fell heavily upon the ground behind it. But the Kaffir had slid out of the saddle, and stood upon the ground unharmed. The effort made in destroying the horse was the last the wounded elephant was able to perform. The dogs were clustering upon its heels, and as it reeled wildly about to get at them, it seemed to grow giddy, and at length fell heavily upon the earth. "I do believe," said Hendrik, who at this moment rode up along with Willem and Arend, "yes, I'm quite certain that the dogs think they have dragged that elephant down." "Den they is as big an old fool as Congo," said Swartboy, who was annoyed at the fact that the Kaffir had just performed a feat for which he would receive the approbation of his young masters. Congo only answered with a smile. He had again aroused the jealousy of his rival, and was satisfied. The elephant, which proved to be a very large bull, expired a few minutes after falling. Its tusks were over 5 feet in length, and to Swartboy was given the task of extracting them. The horse ridden by Congo was of course no longer available, and the lading of another had to be distributed amongst the remaining pack horses, to provide the Kaffir with a mount. The spot was soon deserted. Hendrik, Groot Willem, and Arend were anxious to be off to the pit, into which the other elephant had fallen, having never seen one caught in that way before. "Hans," inquired Hendrik, "will you look after everything here, or will you come along with us?" "Oh, I prefer staying," said the quiet Hans. "Perhaps by doing so I may again come in for the lion's share of the sport, as I have just now." "We must take Congo along with us," suggested Arend. "It is certain there will be some of the natives at the pit. We saw several houses near the maize field, and there is no doubt a large kraal." "Yes, come with us, Congo," commanded his master, as he rode off, followed by all the others except the good natured Hans and his servant Swartboy, who had usually come in for the biggest share of the business, while the others appropriated the amusement. End of chapter 43. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 44 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 44. The Pit. We believe there is a different sound expressed by each of the words roar, shriek, yell, and scream. But the first expression of pain or terror of the elephant in the pit, the sound that had caused its companion to retreat, seemed a combination of all of the above. Since it first shook the surrounding atmosphere, it had been often repeated, and the young hunters, familiar with most methods of killing elephants, were under the impression that the one in the pit was being subjected to some torture more horrible than any they had ever heard of. "They have probably placed a pointed stake in the pit," observed Hendrik as they approached, "and the animal is impaled upon it." On coming nearer to the place, they saw that there were people around the pit, both men and women. One of the men, intensely Ethiopic in appearance, came forward as the hunting party approached, and by signs offered for sale of the tusks of the elephant still roaring underneath them. "We are safe with these people," remarked Congo. "They are used to traders, and will do us no more harm than to cheat us in a bargain if they can." On arriving at the pit, our adventurers saw that it was not a square hole with an upright stake in the center, as Hendrik had supposed. It was oval at the top, and contracted to a point at the bottom, in the shape of an inverted cone, leaving no level space on which the elephant could stand. Its 4 feet were jammed together, and compelled to support the weight of its immense body in this position. The agony it suffered must have been as intense as the creature was capable of enduring. This pit, the plan of which was devised with devilish ingenuity for producing unnecessary torture, was about 9 feet long, and apparently 7 or 8 in depth. and the struggles of the elephant only had the effect of wedging its huge feet more closely together and increasing its tortures. 2 pits had been dug but a short distance from one another, and the wisdom of this plan had a living illustration before their eyes. Although the 2 had been nicely concealed, and the excavated earth carried away from the place, both had been discovered by the elephant, but one of them was too late. Had there been but one, it would not have been caught, for it evidently had placed a foot on the first, detected the hidden danger, and, while in the act of avoiding it, had fallen suddenly and irrecoverably on one to the other. All the men standing around were armed, and most of them with assegais or spears, but they were making no attempt to end the agony of the captured elephant. Groot Willem stepped in front of it, and was raising the long barrel of his roer to the level of one of the elephant's eyes, when he was stopped by 2 or 3 of the blacks, who rushed forward and restrained him from discharging the piece. Congo, who had professed to understand what they said, told Willem that the elephant was not to be killed at present. "What can be the reason of that?" exclaimed Arend. "Can they wish the animal to live merely for the sake of witnessing its sufferings? It cannot be saved. It must die where it is now." "I'll tell you how it is," said Hendrik. "They have a fine taste for music, and they intend keeping the elephant in that pit, like a bird in its cage, for the purpose of hearing the fine notes it is giving out." One of the blacks was armed with the gun, all but the lock, which last was wanting. The attention of Groot Willem was particularly directed to this weapon, its owner holding it out before him, and making signs that he wished some powder and a bullet for the purpose of loading it. Willem desired to be informed how the ammunition was to be used, but the black, by a shake of his woolly head, candidly admitted that he did not know. "Ask him what he brought the gun here for," said Willem, speaking to Congo. In answer to the question, the man made another confession of ignorance. A little excitement was now observed amongst the blacks, and another party was seen approaching from the direction of the village. They brought news that the head man of the kraal was coming in person, and that he was to have the honor of killing the elephant. He had lately purchased a new gun from some smous or trader, and he was about to exhibit his skill in the use of it before the eyes of his admiring subjects. On the arrival of the chief, the young hunters saw that the gun in his possession was a common soldier's musket, very much out of order, and one that a sportsman would hesitate about discharging. "The man will never kill the great brute with that thing," said Hendrik. "He will be far more likely to kill himself, or some of those around him. If the elephant waits till it is dispatched in that way, it stands a good chance to die of starvation." The chief seemed very vain of becoming the owner of a gun, and anxious to show his subjects the proper mode of dispatching an elephant. Standing about 25 paces from the pit, he took aim at the animal's head and fired. The report of the musket was followed by a roar more expressive of rage than pain, and a small protuberance on the elephant's head showed that the ball had done no more than to cause a slight abrasion of the skin. The operation of reloading the musket was performed in about 6 minutes, and again the chief fired, this time standing at the distance of 15 paces. The elephant again astonished the chief and his followers by continuing to live. Another 6 or 7 minutes were passed in loading the gun, which was again fired as before. The only acknowledgment the huge beast made of having received the shot was another loud cry of impotent rage. The company around the pit was then joined by a party not hitherto on the ground. It consisted of Hans and Swartboy, and the other followers of the expedition. They had extracted the tusks of the elephant, lashed them with rheims to the pack saddles of 2 horses, and brought them along. "What is all this about?" asked Hans. "Can't you kill that elephant? I've heard several shots." "They will not allow us to try," replied Groot Willem. "A chief is trying to kill it with an old musket, and will neither allow me to fire, nor that well-armed gentleman standing near him." Willem pointed to him, who carried the gun without a lock. At this moment a communication was made to the Kaffir by the native chief. Annoyed at his want of success, he had some doubts as to his weapon being what had been represented by the smous from whom he had purchased it. He wished to make a comparison of its destructive power with one of their guns, and Groot Willem was invited to take a shot at the elephant. "But Baas Willem," said Congo as he finished this communication, "you not do that. You not shoot the elephant." "Why?" asked Willem in surprise. "You kill him with you roer." and them they want from you. They want it and sure take it." "Take what? The elephant?" "No, Baas Willem, the roer," answered the Kaffir. Though not afraid of having his gun taken from him, Groot Willem and his companions were unwilling to have any difficulty with the blacks, and the invitation of the chief was courteously declined. The excuse made was that after the failure of the great man himself, any similar attempts on their part would certainly be unsuccessful. A general invitation was now given to the company to join in dispatching the elephant, and it was immediately assailed by more than a dozen men armed with assegais and javelins. They succeeded in killing it in a little less than half an hour, and during that time the torture to which the poor beast was subjected aroused the indignation of our adventurers, who, if allowed, could have released it from its agonies in half a score of seconds. They were true hunters, and although not sparing of animal life, they took no delight in its tortures. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 45. On the Karroo. After killing the elephant, the natives commenced the less difficult task of cutting it up and carrying it off to their kraal. The feet were reserved for the especial use of the chief, and, while waiting for some of his dependents to procure them, he granted our hunters an audience. They were desirous to learn whether the kraal was ever visited by traders, a class of people they were anxious to meet, though Groot Willem was more anxious to know whether giraffes ever visited the neighbourhood. Congo was called, and for some time he and the chief were heard talking in loud tones, and both at the same time, neither exhibiting the least inclination to listen to one another. Their voices grew louder and louder, and our adventurers saw that they were engaged in a hot dispute, that threatened to end in something more unpleasant than a war of words. "What does he say, Congo?" asked Willem. "I don't know, Baas Willem," answered the Kaffir with a shake of the head, that betrayed some shame at his own ignorance. "How is that?" demanded his master. "Can't you understand the language he speaks?" "No, Baas Willem, he talks no Zulu, no Kaffir of any kind." "Then why were you pretending to interpret his language a few minutes ago?" asked Hendrik. "I was trying to learn it," answered Congo, in a tone conveying the belief that he had given a satisfactory answer. "We have no time to stop here for you to learn a language," said Hendrik. "And if you can't converse with the man, why did you not say so? How came you to tell us what he was saying a few minutes ago?" The attention of all was now called to Swartboy, who seemed overpowered with joy. It was some time before he was able to make himself understood, but at last he was heard to mutter: "I tole you that Congo was an old fool. Now you all see for yourselves. Look at him. Don't he look 4, 5, 6 times fool? I tole ye so." "Can you understand what the chief says?" asked Groot Willem. "Yes, Baas Willem, any swart man know dat." "Then talk to him yourself. You know what we wish to learn from him." The Bushman's features now assumed a quizzically comical expression, and from this the hunters saw that he had become serious. Going up to the chief he commenced a conversation, from which Willem learned, after it was translated to him, that no giraffes had been seen in the neighbourhood for many moons. Very few traders visited the tribe, and those who had done so had not left a good name behind them. The chief lived in the kraal seen not far away, and the hunters were invited to pay him a visit. This invitation was immediately accepted by Willem, who seemed to have lost all desire to return to Graaf Reinet again. This attempt on the part of Willem to delay their homeward journey was easily defeated by Hendrik. "Why should we go to their kraal?" asked he. "We shouldn't be allowed to leave it for 2 or 3 days, and we want to go on in search of giraffes. There are none here." With this argument Willem was well pleased, and they prepared to continue their journey. Before making a move they saw most of the elephant's flesh taken away by the Bechuanas. 3 oxen were laden with it, and several of the natives staggered under heavy loads, covered from head to foot with long strips cut from the animals' sides. Some of the blacks carried large square flakes of the flesh with their heads thrust through a hole cut in the centre, the broad disc descending over the shoulders like the skirts of a Mexican sarape. The sight of these people apparently clothed with bleeding flesh, and staggering under its weight towards their homes, was, as Hendrik observed, an antidote against hunger effectual for at least a month. After taking leave of the tribe, our travellers continued on towards the south. It was quite dark before they arrived at a suitable camping place. They had met with no water since leaving the pools passed in the morning, and the cattle were sadly in want of it. Unable to make much progress in the darkness that came thickly over them, the animals, both oxen and horses, were unladen, and a halt was made, with the intention of resuming the march at the first dawn of day. By early morning they were on the move, anxious to reach water as soon as possible. For several miles they journeyed over a tract of ground, the surface of which resembled that of the ocean lashed by a storm. It was a constantly recurring series of abrupt undulations, like huge billows, and the troughs between them. Now for the first time they noticed the great difference that thirst produces between horses and cow cattle. The latter seemed to think that they could obtain relief by quietly yielding to the enervating effect of thirst, and travelling as slowly as their drivers would permit them. They were urged forward with much difficulty, and the Makololo were constantly wielding their huge sjamboks to induce them to go quicker. With a rolling gait they crawled unwillingly forward, their tongues protruding from their mouths, each offering as perfect a picture of despair as could well be imagined. The horses, on the contrary, seemed eager to get over the ground as quickly as possible. They appeared to act under the guidance of reason, as if knowing that they were still far from the wished for water, and that the faster they travelled the sooner it would be reached. Throughout the afternoon Hendrik and Willem rode in advance of the others, anxiously looking out for spring, pool, or stream. The all-sustaining fluid must be found that night, or their cattle would perish. Their knowledge of this filled them with forebodings for the future, and they travelled on almost as despairingly as their oxen. They had made a great mistake in so imprudently parting with the Bechuanas, without making inquiries about the country through which they should have to travel. Had they done so, they might have avoided the difficulty their indiscretion had now brought upon them. A little before sunset a hill, higher than any they had seen during the day, was descried to the right of their course. At its base they saw growing a grove of stunted trees. Raising their heads and cocking their ears, the horses ridden by Willem and Hendrik started off towards the hill at a brisk pace, each uttering a low whimpering, that their riders interpreted into the word water. Before reaching the grove they passed a dead lion, part of which had been eaten by some carrion-feeding denizens of the desert. By the side of the carcass were also seen 3 or 4 dead jackals, which they supposed the lion to have killed before giving up the ghost himself. On reaching the grove they discovered a small pool of muddy water, and with outstretched necks their horses rushed towards it. By its edge lay the dead body of a buffalo, and near by a hyena in the same condition. "Hold your horse!" exclaimed Hendrik, suddenly reining in his own. "Perhaps the water is poisoned. See that buffalo and hyena, and we have just passed the other dead animals." It required all their strength to hinder the horses from plunging into the pool. Only by turning their heads in the opposite direction, and driving the spurs into their sides, did they succeed in keeping them away from the water. Even then the suffering animals seemed determined to rear backwards into the pool, and it was not without a struggle that they were forced away from it. The hunters now rode back to meet their companions and warn them off, till the water in the pool should be tested by Swartboy, Congo, and the Makololo. End of chapter 45. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 46 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 46. The Pool of Death. On coming up with their companions, the two pioneers reported the glad tidings that water had been found. But the joy caused by this announcement was at once changed into gloom, when they expressed their doubts as to the purity of the element. Hans and Arend at once dismounted, and, taking Swartboy and two of the Makololo along with them, went on towards the pool. On reaching it, Swartboy at once pronounced the water to be poisoned. It had been done, he said, with two separate kinds of poison, both of the deadliest nature. A bundle of roots that had been mashed between two stones was seen lying in the water, and floating on its surface was a large quantity of the skins of some poisonous species of berry. There was no help for it. They must avoid the danger by going another way, or their animals, at scent of the water, could not be restrained from drinking it. The buffalo had quenched its thirst and then sought the shade of the trees to lie down and die. The strong lion had tasted of the poisoned fluid, but his strength had not saved him. A few paces from the pool, and he had fallen down in his tracks. The jackals had partially devoured the lion, then slaked their thirst with the deadly draught, and returned to their repast only to renew, but never to finish it. After satisfying themselves that the pool had been poisoned, they were about returning to their companions, when they observed a great commotion amongst the cattle and horses of the expedition. The former were lowing, the latter neighing in an unusual manner. The two horses which had already visited the imperilled spot seemed especially impatient of control, and in the efforts made by Hendrik to restrain him, the girth of his saddle got loose and was broken. As he dismounted for the purpose of repairing it, the horse broke away from him and galloped back towards the pool, uttering its shrill neigh as if a signal for the others to follow. The invitation was not slighted. The pack horses immediately swept off in pursuit. The oxen seemed suddenly awakened to new life. Either instinct, or the example of the horses, had admonished them that water was near. The oxen, carrying heavy loads that for the last few miles had been goaded onward with great difficulty, became suddenly reinvigorated and joined in the general stampede. The whole cavalcade had soon escaped beyond control. Now occurred a race between the thirsty cattle and their owners, as to which should first reach the pool. Hans, Arend, and the two Makololo formed a line in front of it, and strove to check the impetuous charge. Their efforts proved vain. Mad with the agony of thirst, the beasts had no longer any respect for the authority of man, and they who were trying to stay them from self-destruction only saved themselves from being trodden under foot by getting quickly out of the way. As the pond was not more than 10 feet in diameter, and could only be approached on its lower edge, all the animals were unable to reach it. The first horse that approached the water was instantly pushed into it by two others close following him, and by the time the three had fairly commenced imbibing the poisoned fluid, they were charged upon by several of the oxen. Heavy blows with jamboks and the butt ends of rifles produced no effect in forcing the animals away. Everything was unheeded but the mad, raging desire of quenching their thirst. Fortunately for the hunters, all the cattle could not drink at the same time, as they stood in each other's way. For about 10 minutes there was a scene of indescribable confusion, amidst shouts and struggling. The 3 horses and 2 of the oxen, jammed tightly together, were unable to get out again, even had they been so inclined. So firmly had they become wedged against each other and the high bank above, that neither could move a step. The hole was about 3 feet in depth, and the bodies of the 5 animals completely filled it up. Some others of the cattle, failing to reach the water from the low bank, scrambled up to the high one, but on looking down they could see nothing but the backs of the 5 animals in occupation. One of the oxen, in a tremendous effort made to get its mouth to the water, was borne down and trampled under the feet of the others. After more than half an hour of hard work, the hunters, assisted by their black companions, succeeded in driving all the animals away, except the 5 that retained possession of the pool. These 5 never left it. 3 horses and 2 oxen were the loss that was sustained. They were pack animals that had thus perished, and fortunately they were not laden with powder, or any substance easily injured. The packs were at once removed from them and placed on the backs of others, an arrangement that, from that time forth, caused Congo and Swartboy to make their journey on foot. With this Congo seemed quite satisfied. The loss of his mount did not trouble him so much as the fear that he should lose Spoor'em, his favourite hound, whose sufferings, as well as those of the other dogs, were now painful to witness. By this time they had journeyed a few miles beyond the poisoned pond. The shade of night had again commenced gathering over the plain. They saw they would have to continue their journey throughout the night. The emergency would not admit of the least delay, for every hour was fast taking away what little strength was left, either to themselves or their animals. But which way should they go? That was the question that required answering. They did not think of returning to the north, but there were the east, south, and west for them to choose from. Which of those directions was the likeliest for water? This question the young hunters were wholly unable to answer, and must have left themselves to the guidance of chance, had they not been accompanied by Swartboy. The Bushman suggested a course, of which not only the Makololo but Congo approved. For all this, his proposal was prefaced by the usual complaint against the Kaffir, as the cause of all their misfortunes. Having established this fact to his satisfaction, he proceeded to inform his masters that he had heard much in his boyhood of the manners and customs of the Bechuanas. Some weak tribe of that nation, he thought, had sought refuge from an enemy by making their home in the great karroo, or desert, through which the expedition was now passing. They had poisoned the pool for the purpose of preventing their enemies from receiving a supply of water while pursuing them. They who had done so could not be expecting an enemy from the north, nor yet from the south, where other tribes of their kindred dwelt. They could only look for foes from the east, from the land of the Zulu Kaffirs, whom Swartboy declared to be the curse of the earth. For these reasons Swartboy believed that a tribe of Bechuanas would be found to the west, and that by a journey of a few hours in that direction their kraal might be reached. No one had any argument against this reasoning of Swartboy, and, yielding to his suggestion, the march was again commenced, with their faces turned westward. There was one thing that gave the hunters a hope. It was the knowledge that they were not in that part of South Africa where there is any extensive karroo. They were too far to the southeast to have strayed into the great Kalahari Desert. The karroo they were traversing might be a small one, which could be crossed in a few hours, had they been able to travel with any speed. Unfortunately they were not. So exhausted were their animals that the use of jamboks and the strongest language spoken in the Dutch, English, Hottentot, Kaffir, and Makololo tongues could not make them move one step faster than 2 miles to the hour. This rate of travelling will annihilate a great distance, but only in a great deal of time; and knowing that their cattle could not hold out much longer, our adventurers began to fear that their hunting expedition would turn out something worse than a failure. Chapter 46. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 47 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 47. The Water Route. Throughout that long and dreary night they toiled on, driving the cattle before them. Guided by the Southern Cross, they pursued nearly a straight course. When morning dawned upon the scene, they observed that the surface of the country still continued the same, presenting that lumpy appearance with which during the last 2 days they had become so familiar. Although all were hungry, weary, and suffering grievously from thirst, there was no time for making a stop. The cattle must be taken on as speedily as possible, or abandoned along with their loads. Slowly the sun climbed up into the sky until it was directly over their heads, and yet, judging by the appearance of the country, they had not moved a step from the place where they had first entered upon the karroo. The landscape around them seemed exactly the same. "We have had about enough of this sort of travelling," remarked Hendrik, and it's quite time that we began to think of ourselves, and not quite so much of our property." "What do you wish?" asked Willem. "Abandon the pack oxen?" "We shall probably have to do so in the end. It appears as if the time had come. We had better save our horses and ourselves, and let the others go." "You forget, Hendrik," rejoined his brother, "that we are not all mounted. We cannot desert those who are afoot." "Of course not," answered the young cornet. "But even Swart, who is not a fast traveller, could go 2 miles to 1 he is doing now, with all his time engaged in urging forward the animals." This conversation was interrupted by a shout from Swartboy himself. He was standing over a little plant with narrow leaves, that rose not more than 6 inches above the surface of the plain. It was the stem of the water root, a plant that, on the karroos of South Africa, has saved the lives of thousands of thirsty travellers, that would otherwise have perished. Several stems of the plant were seen growing around the spot, and the Bushman knew that the want from which all had been suffering would be at least partially supplied. A pickaxe and spade were hastily procured from a pack carried by one of the oxen, and Swartboy commenced digging around the stem of the plant first discovered. The earth, baked by the sun nearly as hard as a burnt brick, was removed in large flakes, and the bulb was soon reached, at the depth of 10 or 12 inches below the surface. When taken out, it was seen to be of an oval shape, about 7 inches in its longest diameter, and covered with a thin cuticle of a bright brown color. The juicy pulp of the water root was cut into slices and chewed. It tasted like water itself, that is, it had no taste at all. Assegais and knives were now called into active play, and so abundant was the plant growing near, that in a short time every man, horse, and ox had been refreshed with a bulb. The first root obtained by Congo was shared with Spoor'em the hound, which, with his tongue far extended, had been crawling along with much difficulty. The young hunters might have passed over miles of karroo covered with the bulb, without knowing that its slender insignificant stems were the indication of a fountain spread bountifully beneath their feet. Congo and the Makololo were also ignorant of the character of this curious plant, and all would have gone on without discovering it, had Swartboy not been of the party. For the advantage he had given them, by introducing them to the plant, the Bushman claimed nearly as much credit as though he had created it. As no one was disposed to underrate the service he had done, he obtained what appeared full compensation for all the annoyance he had felt at being so long neglected. Partly refreshed by the cooling sap of the water root, the cattle behaved as though they thought there was still something worth living for. They moved forward with renewed animation, and a long march was made in the course of the afternoon. Just as the sun was setting, several huts were descried to the south, and our travellers continued towards them, quite confident that a full supply of water would be found near the huts, which, as they drew towards them, proved to be a kraal of the Bechuanas. The fear of losing their cattle was no longer felt. Before arriving at the huts, their owners came forth to meet them. Their first salutation was a statement of their surprise that any travellers could have succeeded in reaching their secluded habitation. Swartboy replied to this by a request to be conducted to the nearest place where water could be obtained, of course to the stream, pools, or wells that supplied the kraal. The answer was astounding. It was that they knew of no open water within less than a day's journey. Months had passed since any of them had seen such a thing, and all the inhabitants of the kraal had been living without it. "What does this mean?" demanded Hendrik. "Surely they are telling lies. They don't want to give us the water, and their story is but a subterfuge to conceal it. Tell them, Swart, that we don't believe them." The Bushman did as he was desired, but the Bechuanas only reiterated their previous statement. "What nonsense!" exclaimed Arend. "They take us for such fools as to suppose people can live without water. They have a supply somewhere. We must make a search for it and help ourselves." "No, Baas Arend," interposed Swartboy. "Don't do this. They show us water by and by. We better wait." Acting under the advice of the Bushman, the oxen were unladen, and a camp established close to the kraal. Although pretending to be satisfied with the statement of the Bechuanas that they were living without water, our travellers had their eyes on the alert, sending glances of inquiry in every direction, in the hope of discovering where the much desired element was kept. They saw not the slightest indications of stream or pool, well or water hole of any kind. The place all around had the same sterile appearance as that of the country over which they had journeyed for the last 2 days, and certainly things looked confirmatory of the Bechuanas' statement. After all, they might be telling the truth. It was not very cheering to think so, and our travellers became quite disconsolate. Swartboy, however, did something to assure them, by counselling them to say nothing, but submit quietly, trusting to time and patience. They followed his instructions, for the want of knowing what else they could do. They felt they were in his hands, and, observing his confident manner, one and all awaited the end without murmuring. End of chapter 47. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 48 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 48. An Odd Sort of Suction Pump. It was not long before all were convinced of the prudent course which Swartboy had counselled them to pursue. Had they insisted on being supplied with water, or made an attempt to take it by force, they would have been disappointed. They would not have been able to find a drop within many miles of the place where more than 200 people were living. For all this, there was water not far off, and, trusting to that feeling of generosity which rarely fails when relied upon, they were at length supplied with it. Water was brought to them, not much at first, but in small quantities, and carried in the shells of ostrich eggs. They soon had enough to satisfy their own thirst and allow them to turn their attention to the wants of their cattle. After drinking off the contents of an ostrich cell, Groot Willem, by signs, directed the attention of the woman who had given it to him to the suffering condition of his horse. The woman, who could not exactly be called an ornament to her sex, only shook her wool-covered head, and walked thoughtfully away. "Unless we can get some drink for our horses," said Willem, turning to his companions, "we must keep on. If we stop much longer here the animals will die." "Wait, Baas Willem," said Swartboy. "The heart of the Bechuana grow bigger soon. He like de Bushman." Swartboy's prophecy proved correct. Not long after it was spoken, one of the Bechuanas came to the camp and asked to be conducted to the chief. Groot Willem was immediately pointed out by Swartboy as the individual who answered to that appellation, and the black walked up to him. His errand was to say that the horses and cattle could only be watered one at a time. This was satisfactory enough. Willem's horse, as belonged to the chief of the party, should be supplied first, and was led away by the man, its owner following at its heels. A short distance from the kraal they came to a well, from which a covering of earth had recently been removed. The well, for some purpose, had been concealed, as if it were a pitfall for the capturing of elephants. With a bucket made of buffalo hide, water was drawn out, until the horse had as much as he cared to drink. He was then led away, and another brought to the place, and then another, and after them the cattle, until all the animals had drunk to their satisfaction. This method of watering them showed some intelligence on the part of the Bechuanas. It avoided the struggle and confusion which would certainly have taken place had the thirsty animals been driven to the well at the same time. That evening the hunters had a long conversation with the head man of the kraal, Swartboy acting as interpreter. The chief said that his tribe had once been large and powerful, but what from desertion and wars with the Kaffirs, they had become reduced to their present number. In order to live in peace and security, he had sought refuge in the solitary karroo, where the hardships to be encountered in reaching his remote home would deter any enemy from making the attempt. In order to make assurance doubly sure, he admitted having caused several water holes to be poisoned, and he appeared greatly satisfied at telling them how, on one occasion, his plan had met with a splendid success. A party of his Kaffir enemies had partaken of the water from one of the poisoned pools, and had died upon the spot. This portion of the narrative, which was interpreted by Swartboy, seemed to give the latter as much satisfaction as it did the chief himself. He grinned with intense delight as he translated the account of this strange episode. In order to give his guests an exalted idea of his greatness, the chief informed them that he was brother to Kalatah. Groot Willem expressed a wish to know who or what the great Kalatah might be. The chief was astonished, not to say chagrined, at the confession of so much ignorance, and the hunters were instantly enlightened. Kalatah was the most noble warrior, the best brother, the most loyal subject, in fact, the best man in every way that ever lived, and his memory was, and ought to be, respected over the whole world. This was news to our adventurers, and they were anxious to learn more of the chief and his wonderful relative. Willing to gratify his guests, he further informed them that the Kaffirs had made another attempt to reach the remote kraal in which he now dwelt. They had entered the karroo with a large force well prepared for crossing it, and would probably have succeeded had they not been led astray. His brother, Kalatah, had deserted to the enemy for the express purpose of becoming a false guide, and under this pretence he had succeeded in drawing them off the scent. He had conducted them far to the north and into the heart of the great Kalahari Desert. Not one of these befooled foemen lived to return to their own country, all having perished by thirst. "But Kalatah, what of him?" eagerly inquired the listeners. "How did he escape the same fate?" "Kalatah did not escape it," coolly answered the chief. "He perished with the rest. He sacrificed his own life for the sake of saving his countrymen." This act had endeared him to the memory of his people, and the hunters, on hearing it, became convinced that the Bechuanas, whom they had been taught to regard as a soulless, degraded people, had still soul enough to respect the performance of a noble action. Next morning our travellers were made acquainted with the method by which the water was obtained for the daily supply of the kraal. None was allowed to be exposed either to the sun or to view, the well being carefully covered up with a thick stratum of turf. The kraal had been built near a spring, which had of course decided the selection of its site, and over the spring a new surface had been given to the ground, so that the presence of water underneath could not be suspected. In order to obtain it for daily use, a hollow reed was inserted into a small inconspicuous aperture, left open for the purpose, and covered by a stone when the reed was not in use. The water was drawn up by suction, the women performing the operation by applying their lips to the upper end of the reed, filling the mouth with the fluid, and then discharging it into the egg shells. The water supplied to the hunters on their first arrival had been pumped up in this original fashion. The well was only uncovered and the bucket called into requisition upon rare and extraordinary occasions, such as that which had arisen from the necessity of supplying the horses and the cattle of their guests. Our travellers remained for 2 days in the Karroo village, during which they did not suffer much from ennui. They had sufficient employment in mending their travelling equipments, and the delay gave their cattle a chance of recruiting their strength, sadly exhausted by the long, toilsome journey just made. The whites of the party were much interested in observing the habits and customs of the simple people among whom they had strayed. None of the Bechuanas appeared to have the slightest wish to go away from the place they had chosen for a permanent home. To them it afforded tranquillity, and that was all that could be said of it, for it afforded little besides. That was all they required. Not one of them seemed afflicted with ordinary human desires. They had no ambition, no curiosity, no love of wealth, none of those wants that render wretched the lives of a civilized people. A place less suited for the abode of man could scarcely have been found, or even imagined. The soil was sterile, unproductive, and rarely visited by game worthy of being hunted. The few roots and other articles of food they were enabled to raise furnished but a precarious subsistence. So limited was their supply of ordinary utensils, that even the most trifling article was in their eyes valuable, and anything given them by their guests was received with a gratitude scarce conceivable. They had discovered the art of living in peace and happiness, and were making the most of the discovery. From what they were told by the villagers, our travellers could not expect to get out of the karroo in less than 2 days, and no water could be obtained along the route. But, as their cattle were now well rested, they were not so apprehensive; and after a friendly leave taking with the Bechuanas, they once more continued their journey. The trouble they had given to their simple hosts was remunerated without much cost. A glass bottle that had once contained Cape smoke was thought by the latter to be of greater value than a gun; and, taking their circumstances into account, they were perhaps not far astray in their estimate. Chapter 48. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 49 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 49. Scenes Seldom Visited. Knowing that the longer they should be in reaching the next watering place, the weaker their cattle would become, our travellers strove to perform more than half the distance in less than half the time. On their first day's journey after leaving the kraal, they went about 25 miles; but on starting the next day they saw that not more than half that distance was likely to be accomplished, and that their principal work would consist in plying the jamboks. Towards noon they came upon a tract of country, the greater portion of which had once been flooded with brackish water, and was now slightly encrusted with salt. The reflection of the sun's rays on this incrustation gave it the appearance of water, and, on seeing it, the cattle, horses, and dogs rushed forward, anticipating a grand pleasure in quenching their thirst. On discovering what it was, the animals gave out their various expressions of disappointment. The horses neighed, the oxen bellowed, and the dogs barked and howled. The constant mirage floated over the plain, magnifying and distorting the appearance of everything within view. Where the saline incrustations did not cover the ground, there grew a short, sour herbage, browsed upon by blesboks, wildebeests, and several other species of antelopes. These animals, as well as some shunted trees, at times appeared suspended in the air, and magnified far beyond natural size. High up in the air could be seen the reflection of animals that were many miles distant from the place they appeared to be occupying. These optical illusions were the cause of much annoyance to the thirsty travellers, especially to their animals, unable to understand them. Excited with the hope of quenching their thirst, they were with much difficulty prevented from rushing about in pursuit of the phantom that was so terribly tantalizing them. The cattle had been a long time without salt, and had a strong desire to lick up the saline incrustation, that in some places covered the earth to 1/8 of an inch in thickness. This increased their thirst, and caused them to hasten forward to the next deceptive show that spread itself before them. In place of meeting water, they only found that which strengthened the desire for it. Our travellers seemed to have reached a land where phantoms and realities were strangely commingled. They saw spectral illusions of broad lakes, with trees mirrored upon their placid surface. A sun of dazzling brightness seemed shining from the bottom of an unfathomed sea, and a forest appeared suspended in the air. But along with these fair fancies there were many unpleasant realities. For the first 2 or 3 hours after entering amid such scenes, they could not help feeling interested. In time, however, the interest died away as their vision became accustomed to the strange appearances. One yet awaited them, stranger and far more extraordinary than any yet witnessed. About 3 hours after the sun had passed the meridian, they arrived at a place that resembled a small island in the midst of an ocean. Water was rolling down upon them from every direction, and had their eyes not been so often deceived, they could easily have imagined that the dry earth upon which they stood was about to be instantly submerged. While contemplating this singular scene, their attention was called to another no less singular. It was that of a gigantic bird moving across the sky, not in flight, but walking with long strides. They might have been alarmed but for their knowledge of what it was. An ostrich somewhere on the karroo was being reflected by the mirage, and magnified to 10 times its natural size. On a former expedition our hunters had seen much of the singular phenomena produced by the mirage. They had witnessed many, many spectacles, but the one upon which they were now gazing excited their admiration more than any they had ever encountered. The reflected ostrich was perfect in shape, and his stalk so natural that, but for what they knew, they might have believed that something as extraordinary as anything seen by John the Revelator had descended to the earth from another world. Such a sight, appearing in the sky that overhangs Hampstead Heath, would have converted all London to a belief in the prophecies of the Reverend Dr. Gumming. As they stood gazing upon it, a cloud came rolling up the heavens, carried along by a breeze that had commenced blowing from the west. By this the mirage was destroyed, and the vast spectral image suddenly disappeared. The phantom shapes were seen no more, and soon after the travellers saw before them some real ones, that led them to believe they were approaching the limit of the karroo. The ground was higher, more uneven, and covered by a more luxuriant vegetation. Water could be found at no great distance. The fact was deduced from the presence of some zebras and pallas seen feeding near, as they knew that neither of those animals ever strays far from the neighbourhood of a stream. Near what may be called the border of the karroo, the hunters came across what to them was a prize of some value. It was an ostrich nest, containing 17 fresh eggs, which afforded the raw material for an excellent dinner. This was soon cooked and eaten, and our travellers continued their march. But Swartboy had a passion either for killing ostriches or procuring their feathers. Possibly the penchant might have been for both; but, be that as it may, he was unwilling to go away from the nest, even after the eggs had been extracted from it. Knowing that his masters intended to encamp by the first watering place they should meet, he determined to stay behind for an hour or two, and rejoin the travelling party in the evening; and, as no one made objection, he did so. His prejudice in favour of poisoned arrows, and against the use of firearms as weapons of offence, had been gradually removed, and he had for some time past been induced to shoulder a double-barrelled gun capable of carrying either bullets or shot. With this gun the Bushman seated himself upon the edge of the ostrich's nest, and was left in this attitude by the others as they moved away from the spot. Just as the sun was setting, a dark grove of timber loomed up before their eyes, and on reaching it they discovered a stream of water. The impatient oxen would not allow their packs to be taken off till they had quenched their thirst, after which they went vigorously to work upon the rich herbage that grew upon the banks of the stream. It was full 2 hours before Swartboy made his appearance by the camp fire. Its light illumined a set of feathers expanded into an expression that spoke of some grand satisfaction. He had evidently gained something by remaining behind. Success had attended his enterprise. In his hands were seen the long white plumes of an ostrich, the trophies of his hunter's skill, that even in Africa are not so easily obtained. His story was soon told. He had lain flat along the ground close by the ostrich's nest until the birds had returned. They had come back in company, and Swartboy had secured them both as a reward for his watchful patience. He had brought the plumes with him, not as a mere evidence of his triumph, but intended to be taken on to Graaf Reinet, and there presented to his "toddy." The Bushman stated that he had seen a large flock of ostriches while waiting for the 2 he had killed. He had no doubt but what they could be found on the following day; and, as it was necessary that the cattle should have a little time to rest and recover themselves after the toils of the karroo, an ostrich hunt was at once agreed upon; and, for that evening, ostriches became the chief topic of conversation around the camp fire. Chapter 49. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 50 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 50. A Talk About Ostriches. The ostrich, Struthio camelus, is supposed to be the Benanim, Jana, and Jonah mentioned in the Bible. It is the thar edjanmel, or camel bird of the Persians, of which everybody knows something and of which nobody knows all. With the general appearance of the bird, I presume that my young readers are already acquainted, and shall therefore say little or nothing about it. The stumpy-footed, two-toed, long-legged, kicking creature has wings that are apparently more useful to man than to itself. In fact, the possession of these apparently superfluous appendages is generally the cause of its being hunted by man and by him destroyed. It is one of those unfortunate creatures, persecuted to gratify the vanity of other perhaps equally unfortunate creatures, called fashionable ladies. A full-grown ostrich is usually between 7 and 8 feet in height, but individuals have occasionally been met with measuring more than 10. Its nest is merely a hole in the sand, about 3 feet in diameter, and usually contains 20 eggs. Half this number may be seen lying outside the nest, and elsewhere scattered over the plain. These are supposed to be intended as food for the young when they have first broken the shell. This supposition, however, is not founded upon the observation of any fact to justify a belief in it. Job chapter 39, speaking of the ostrich, says, "She leaveth her eggs in the earth, and warmeth them in the dust, and forgetteth that the foot may crush them, or that the wild beast may break them. She is hardened against her young ones as though they were not hers. Her labor is in vain without fear." This account does not altogether correspond with modern observation. In the heat of the day, when the eggs are under the burning sun, the ostrich can well afford to leave them for a while and go off in quest of food. At night, when it is cool and the eggs need protection, the bird is ever to be found doing its duty, and the male ostrich is often seen in charge of the young brood and assiduously guarding them. At such times, if molested, the older birds have been known to act in the same way as the partridge or plover, by a shamming lame, so as to mislead the intruder. From much more now known of the ostrich, it cannot be said to be wanting in paternal or maternal instincts, and the idea of it being so has only originated in the fact of their nests being so often found deserted during the hot hours of the day. The food of the ostrich generally consists of seeds and leaves of various plants. Owing to the nature of the dry desert soil on which it is obtained, the only species it can procure are of a hard, dry texture, and it is supposed to be for the purpose of assisting nature in their digestion that the bird will swallow pebbles, small pieces of iron, or other mineral substances. Some have been disemboweled, in whose stomachs were found a collection so varied as to resemble a small curiosity shop or geological museum. Stones have been taken out of the stomach of an ostrich each weighing more than a pound of avoirdupois. When this great bird is going at full run, for of course it cannot fly, its stride is a full 12 feet in length, and its rate of speed not less than 25 miles to the hour. It cannot be overtaken by a horseman, and its capture is generally the result of some stratagem. It always feeds on the open plain, where it can obtain an obstructed view, and be warned in good time of the approach of an enemy. It possesses a sharp vision, and from the manner its eyes are set in its small, disproportioned head, held 8 or 10 feet above the surface of the ground, it can take in the whole circle of the horizon at a glance. On this account the utmost caution is required in approaching it. In one respect, the author of the book of Job has closely followed nature in his description of this bird, for God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding. The ostrich is a stupid creature, and is often captured by taking advantage of its stupidity. Nature seems to have placed in its little head the belief that in running toward the leeward it will encounter some impassable barrier, and be overtaken by whatever pursues it. Ostrich hunters are well acquainted with this peculiarity, and on approaching a flock they always ride to the windward. This maneuver is observed by the birds, who believe that an attempt is being made to cut off their retreat in the only direction in which it can be successfully made. They immediately start on a course which, if continued, must cross that taken by the hunters. Owing to the greater distance it has to run, the latter often get near enough to bring the bird down with a shot. Were the silly bird to retreat in the opposite direction, it would be perfectly safe from pursuit. The feathers of the ostrich are beautifully adapted to the warm climate of the desert country it inhabits. They allow a free circulation of the air around its skin, while giving shade to its body. The white plumes of the male bring the greatest price, and sometimes sell for 12 pounds to the pound, troy weight of only 12 ounces. The black feathers seldom fetch more than a fourth of the price. 2 species of ostrich are found on the Great Plains of South America, and one other in Australia. None of these attain the gigantic proportions of the African, nor are their plumes at all comparable in beauty or value to those of the Struthio camelus. Ostriches were once a favorite article of food with the Romans, and it is stated that the brain of 600 of these birds were consumed at one feast. The flesh is still eaten, but only by the native Africans. The bird possesses great strength, and can run at a rapid rate with a man mounted on its back. It was undoubtedly designed by its creator for some other purpose than that of contributing to the gratification of men's vanity. Ostriches are easily domesticated. This is done to some extent by the Arabians, who breed and bring them up for the sake of the feathers, as also to procure them as an article of food. But the more enlightened people of the present day make no other effort to ascertain their utility than to keep a pair or two of them shut up in a public garden for children and their nurses to gaze at. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 51. Another Delay. Next morning the hunters were early in the saddle, and off for the karroo. For some distance they rode along the bank of the stream, which was fringed by a growth of willow trees. This course was taken to get to windward of the ostriches, in the hope of having a shot at them as they ran up the wind. Had their object been to stalk any other species of animal, they would have advanced upon it from the leeward. Before they had gone a great way over the karroo, 5 huge bipeds were seen about a mile away. They were ostriches. They were apparently coming towards them with great speed, and the 4 hunters extended their line to cut off an advance which the stupid bird makes for a retreat. They were moving in long, rapid strides, and, as they drew nearer, the hunters saw that, to obtain a good shot, they must gallop farther to the north. The birds were going in a curved line that would carry them away from the place where the hunters expected to have met them. To get within sure range, these saw that they would have a sharp ride for it, and their horses were instantly put to their full speed. Though the ostriches appeared to be running in a straight line from the place where they had started, such was not the case. They were curving around just sufficiently to avoid the hunters, and yet get to the windward of them. Their pace being much faster than that of the horses, they succeeded in crossing the course pursued by the latter, about 300 yards in advance of them. Willem and Hendrik, hardly taking time to pull up, dismounted and fired, but not with the desired result. The ostriches were at too great a distance, and ran on untouched. Knowing that a stern chase after them would prove a failure, the hunters came to a stop. Several other ostriches were afterwards seen, but as on the open karroo it was found impossible to approach them, and our adventurers were compelled to return to their camp without taking back a single feather. Their want of success was a source of great gratification to Swartboy. He could kill ostriches afoot, while 4 white men, although well armed and mounted on fast horses, had failed to do so. The Bushman could not avoid making an exhibition of his conceit, and he proceeded to inform his masters that if they were very anxious to obtain ostrich feathers, he could easily put them in the way. As none of the hunters were inclined to put Swartboy's abilities for ostrich hunting to a further test, they acknowledged their defeat, and resumed the interrupted journey. After leaving the karroo, the hunters entered into a very beautiful and fertile country, possessed by small tribes of peaceful Bechuanas, who had long been allowed to remain undisturbed by their warlike neighbors, for the reason that they lived at a great distance from any hostile tribe. It was a country Willem was reluctant to pass rapidly through, for, after leaving it behind, he knew there would be very little hope again of seeing giraffes. Along the way little groves of the cameel doorn were occasionally seen, but, for all this, no camel-leopard. At a village passed by them on the route, they were informed that giraffes sometimes visited the neighborhood, and that there was no time of the year but that, with a little trouble, some of these animals might be found within a day's distance. This information Hendrik, Arend, and Hans heard rather with regret. They knew that it was likely to cause another impediment to their homeward journey. In this they were not deceived. Willem stoutly declared that he would proceed no further for the present, at the same time telling the others that, if they were impatient to reach Graaf Reinet, they might go on without him. This all 3 would willingly have done, had they dared, but they knew that on reaching home they would be unable to give any satisfactory explanation for deserting their companion. People would inquire why they had not remained to assist the great hunter in his praiseworthy enterprise. What answer could they give? There was both honor and profit to be derived by delivering 2 young giraffes to the Dutch consul, and they would not have been unwilling to share in both, if the thing could have been conveniently accomplished. For all that, they would have preferred returning home without further delay, but for the determination of Willem to remain. The 4 Makololo were also a little chafed at the delay. They were anxious to see something of the wonders of civilization. But their impatience was not openly expressed. Before setting out, they had been instructed by Macora in all things to be guided by Willem, and they had no intention of disobeying. Congo was the only one who was wholly indifferent to the future. His home was with Groot Willem, and he seemed to have no more concern or remembrance for Graaf Reinet than his dog Spoor'em. Choosing a convenient place for their encampment, within a few miles of the Bechuana village, the youths resolved to stop for a while and make a final effort at capturing the camel leopard. Should they succeed in finding these animals, yet fail in taking any of them alive, Groot Willem promised that he would make no further opposition to returning home. As all knew that the promise would be faithfully kept, they consented to stay for a few days without showing any signs of reluctance. Crossing the country with a general course to the southwest, ran a stream, along which was a belt of timber, or rather a series of disconnected copses. The trees were mostly mimosas. In every copse could be seen some trees with torn branches, and twigs cut off, an evidence that they had been browsed upon by the camelopards, while the spoor of these animals appeared in many places along the edge of the stream. As the damage done to the mimosas, and the tracks in the mud, showed signs of having been recently made, our hunters came to the conclusion that giraffes could not be far off. "Something whispers me," said Willem, "that we shall succeed at last. I left home with the intention of never returning without 2 young giraffes, and I have not yet relinquished the hope of seeing Graaf Reinet again. We will make no more pits. But let me once more set my eyes on a giraffe, and mark me, it is mine, if I have to run it down and capture it with my own hands." "That is not possible," remarked Hendrik. "True, you might catch a wild elephant, but what would you do with it? Or rather, what would it do with you?" "That question I shall take into serious consideration after I've caught my giraffe," answered Willem. "I can only say now that, if I meet with one, I'm not going to part with it alive, not if I have to exchange my horse for it." 3 days were passed in riding about the country, and during that time the hunters saw not a single giraffe. In this respect they were more unfortunate than Swartboy and the Makololo, who remained at the camp. On the evening of the 3rd day, which the hunters had spent in beating some groves up the river, Swartboy reported, on their return, that 2 giraffes had passed within sight of the camp. He described them as an aged couple that had, no doubt, been often hunted. To these ancient inhabitants of the mimosa forest, the Bushman ascribed the spoor and other signs of giraffes that had been seen. He had compared the tracks of the animals that trotted past the camp with those on the banks of the stream, and he pronounced both to have been made by the same feet. Swartboy further informed his young masters that he could have captured the 2 animals he had seen, but did not, because they were old and not worth the trouble. If Hendrik, Arend, and Hans were inclined to place but little reliance on this boast of the Bushman, they gave to the rest of his story more than a fair share of credence. To them it was positive evidence that any longer stay in the neighbourhood would be simply a waste of time. Willem saw that they were once more inclined on defeating his plans, but it only strengthened him in the resolution to continue a little longer in the place. Each of the 4 had a cherished project he was anxious to see fulfilled. Willem's wish was to obtain 2 young giraffes, and his 3 companions found that there was no chance of his relinquishing his desire, at least not for many days. 2 more were passed upon the spot, and then our young adventurers, who, although young in years, were old in friendship, came very near parting company. At this crisis, a spectacle was presented to their eyes that had the happy effect of once more uniting them for a common purpose. End of chapter 51. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 52 of the Giraffe Hunters, A Hopeless Chase. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. While the hunters were at breakfast, they were startled by the dull, heavy sound of footfalls and the yelping of wild dogs. A quarter of a mile to the eastward, they saw approaching them a large drove of springboks, accompanied by a band of giraffes. More than 100 of the antelopes and between 20 and 30 camelopards were flying before a wild honden. The wild hounds of South Africa hunt in packs and proceed upon a well-organized plan. The whole pack is never engaged in running upon the view. Some remain in reserve and, guided by the voices of those that are running, frequently save space by cutting off angles. This they can do whenever the chase is not made in a straight line. This is the manner they relieve each other, and the pursuit is continued until the game becomes exhausted and is easily overtaken. The perseverance, energy, and cunning displayed by these animals is something wonderful. They do not commence a hunt until driven into it by hunger, and then it is often carried on for many hours, their tenacity of purpose being shown by their continuing the chase till their victim falls down before them. They were in full run after the springboks, and one of those animals was sure to reward their skill and labor by affording them a dinner. The giraffes were foolish enough to think or act as though the wild honden were hunting them, and in a place of remaining still and permitting the dogs to pass, or turning to one side, the foolish creatures ran out with the springboks. At the time they came up with the hunters, they were already exhibiting signs of distress. The Groot Willem, it was a gratifying sight. A herd of giraffes was at hand. Some of them were evidently young ones. 3 of them, he observed, were apparently but a few weeks old. The very things for which he had traveled so far were now before his eyes, apparently coming to deliver themselves up. It was not until the springboks swerved to the right to avoid the horsemen that these little animals became separated from the giraffes. The latter continued on along the edge of the stream, while the former, pursued by the wild dogs, made off towards some hills to the north. The speed of the camelopard is not quite equal to that of a horse, and the hunters knew that the desired objects could be overtaken. But what then? The giraffes might be shot down, but how were they to be taken alive? There was no time for reflection. The necessity of commencing the chase, and the excitement of following it up, occupied all the time of the hunters. After a sharp run of about 2 miles, the camelopards began to show further signs of distress. Already exhausted by their flight before the hounds, and now pursued by fresh horses until their uttermost efforts did not save them from being overtaken. About a 2-mile chase, our hunters were riding upon their heels. A portion of the herd, becoming separated from the rest, turned away from the bank of the stream. There were but 3 who went thus, a male and female, followed by a young one, a beautiful creature. Groot Willem gazed longingly upon it as he galloped by its side, and became nearly mad with the desire to secure it. The pace of the 3 had now been changed from a gallop to a trot, in which their feet were lifted but a few inches from the ground, and drawn forward in an awkward, shambling manner, that proved them exhausted with their long run. Still, they ran on at a pace that kept Willem's horses at a sharp canter. In a short time he had got out of sight both of the main herd and his comrades. Nothing could be seen of either. He might have reflected that there was some risk of losing himself, but he did not. All his thoughts were given to the capture of the young giraffe. Slower and more slow became the pace of both pursuer and pursued. The horse, streaming with sweat, and nearly ready to drop in his tracks. "Why should I follow them farther?" thought Willem. "Why should I kill my horse for the sake of gazing a little longer on a creature I cannot take?" Though conscious of the folly he was committing, Willem could not bring himself to abandon the chase. By his side he trotted the young giraffe, beautiful in color, grace, and form, and in his mind priceless in value. But how was it to become his? The coveted prize, although apparently but a few weeks old, and nearly exhausted by its long race, was still able to defy any efforts he might make to check its labored flight. He was now more than a mile from the river, and his horse was tottering under him, nearly exhausted by its long exertions. What should he do? Stop, give his horse a rest, and then return to his companions. This was the command of common sense, but he was not guided by that. For the time, he was insane with excitement, anxiety, and despair. He was mad and acted like a madman. The hopes and aspirations he had been for months indulging in were concentrated into the hour. And in that hour he could not yield them up. He was too much exasperated to reason calmly or clearly. A little extra exertion on the part of his horse might place him in advance of the 3 giraffes, and he might drive them back to the river. "Yes!" he exclaimed, nearly frantic with the fear of losing what seemed to be nearly gained. "If I cannot catch this young giraffe, I can drive it. I'll drive it to the Graaf Reinet. It shall not escape me." Plunging his spurs into the foam-covered flanks of his horse, he sprang forward in advance of the 3 giraffes, and as he expected, they came to a halt. Pulling up, he wheeled round facing them, while the 2 old giraffes turned at the same time and made off in the back direction. As they did so, none of them came in contact with the tottering calf, that for a second or so seemed to become entangled between its legs, and at their separation, the young one staggered at a pace or two and fell heavily upon the earth. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 53. A Weary Watch. Throwing himself out of his saddle, Willem seized the fallen creature, and hindered it from rising by keeping its head close pressed against the ground. This was easily done, for the long slender neck of the animal, without much muscular strength, gave him a good chance of holding it down. The weight of the huge hunter's body was sufficient for that, without any exertion of his strength. Meanwhile the old ones continued their flight, while Willem's horse, relieved of his load, proceeded to refresh himself by browsing upon the dry herbage that grew near. Willem had obtained what he wanted, a young giraffe. It was actually in his possession. He was holding it under perfect control, and yet it appeared to him that he was as far as ever from the realization of his hopes. Now that he had got the giraffe, all he could do was to keep it on the spot where it had fallen. The instant its head might be released from his hold, it would spring to its feet again and escape in spite of all his efforts to retain it. He could not allow it to go thus. He had hoped too wildly, travelled too far, and waited too long for that. The fear that he would still have to surrender his prize or destroy it was to him a painful thought, and it was only relieved by the hope that in time he might be joined by his companions. They might discover the spoor of his horse and come to him. In that case there would be no difficulty. The giraffe could then be secured with rheims, and become their travelling companion for the rest of the journey to Graaf Reinet. About their coming there was much uncertainty, at least their coming in time. They would wait for his return perhaps until the next morning, before starting out in search of him. Before their arrival the young giraffe would kill itself with the violent exertions it still continued to make. It was kicking and struggling, as if it wanted to leap out of its skin. Such terrible throes could not fail to injure it. Willem was himself suffering from thirst. A long afternoon was before him. It would be followed by a long night, one in which the lion, that prowling tyrant of the African plains, would be seeking his supper. Would the hunter be allowed to retain possession of his prize? His steed, the faithful creature that had carried him through so many perils, was wandering away from his sight. The horse, too, might stray beyond the chance of being found again. He might be devoured by wild beasts. The horse could still be recovered. Would it not be better to abandon the giraffe and endeavor to get back to his companions? By remaining where he was, he might lose all three: his horse, his prize, and his own life. What was best to be done? The young hunter was never more perplexed in his life. He was in an agony of doubt and uncertainty. Streams of perspiration were pouring down his cheeks, and his throat felt as if on fire. Slowly he saw the horse strolling away, until he was almost beyond the reach of his vision, and yet could not bring himself to a determination as to what should be done. He had travelled 1,500 miles to capture two such creatures as the one now underneath him. He had seized upon one, and, if his companions had done their duty, they might have taken another. This thought counselled him to hold on to the captured giraffe, and he saw the horse disappear over a swell of the plain, just as the sun sank down below the horizon. For a long time the giraffe struggled wildly to release itself. Then it remained quiet for a while, not as if it had given up on the intention to escape, but as if reflecting on some plan to free itself. Again it could recommence its struggles, and again rest a while, as though gathering strength for a fresh effort. Gradually it grew resigned to its position, and seemed to breathe more tranquilly, while its exertions were less frequent and more feeble. It had learnt that it could remain in the presence of man without meeting death. It had become familiar with his company, and conscious of its own inability to part from it, while man opposed its efforts. Night came down and found Willem still seated by the side of the giraffe, with his arms around its neck. He had the satisfaction of thinking that his companions would now be uneasy at his absence. He felt sure that within a few hours Congo and Spoor'em would be upon his track, and the others following; and, when all should arrive, the young giraffe would be secured. The prospect of such a termination to his adventure did much to make him disregard the agony he was enduring. He soon discovered he was not to be left alone in his vigil, nor was his right to the prize to be left undisputed. His first visitors were hyenas, but their laughter, apparently put forth at seeing him in this ludicrous position, did not induce him to abandon it; and the fierce brutes circled around him, smiling and showing their teeth to no purpose. They were too cowardly to attempt an attack, and their efforts to frighten him were more amusing than otherwise. Soon after sunset the night became very dark, so dark that although the hyenas approached within a few paces, nothing could be seen of them except their shining eyes. It was just such a night as lions select for going in search of prey, so dark that the king of beasts can move about unseen, and while thus protected by invisibility will pounce upon a man with as much confidence as he will upon a springbok. As Willem was trying to while away the time by hopeful thoughts, the air was shaken around him by a voice which he knew to be the roar of the lion. One was abroad seeking blood. The clouds that had been for some time rolling up from the southwest became blacker at the instant, and seemed separated by streams of fire, while the low murmurings of distant thunder could be heard far off in the sky. They were signs that could not be mistaken. A tropical storm was approaching. The voice of the lion told that he was doing the same. Every moment it could be heard, nearer and more intensely terrifying. Which of them would come first, the storm or the beast of prey? It seemed a question between them. Already heavy raindrops were plashing around him. Thirsting as he was, this would have been a welcome sound, but for that other that proceeded from the throat of the lion. The hunter's familiarity with the habits of the great cat gave him a good idea of how he might expect the latter to approach him. There would be a simultaneous bound and roar, followed by the mangling of a body and the crunching of bones, which he could hardly doubt would be his own. Willem was not often tortured with fear, though at that moment he was not free from apprehension. Still, he awaited the event with calmness. Most people, when frightened, feel an irresistible desire to make a sudden departure from the place where they have been seized with the malady. But this was not the case with Groot Willem. He had the sense to know that by making a move he might run into the jaws of the very danger he wished to avoid. For the roar of the lion gives no guide to the direction the animal may be in. Besides, he was not yet so badly scared as to think of abandoning the prize which had taken such trouble to retain. The rain now came down, and for some time continued to fall in torrents. Brief periods of darkness were followed by gleams of electric light, dazzling in its brilliancy. In a few minutes the fiercest of the storm appeared to be over, and then, as a wind up to it, there came a long continued blaze of lightning, more brilliant than ever, and a peal of thunder louder than any that had preceded it. By that flash Willem was nearly blinded. The electric shock seemed to strike every nerve in his body, and had he been standing erect, he certainly would have fallen to the ground. The instant after, so intensely black was all around that he might well have thought for a moment or two that the flash had destroyed his power of vision. But there was another thought on his mind more terrible than this. When the heavens and earth were illumined by that flash, he had obtained a momentary glimpse of an object that drove from his mind every thought but that of immediate death. There was a lion within 10 feet of him, just crouching for a spring. Willem would have rushed out of the way, and abandoning the giraffe, have fled far from the spot. This was his first instinct, but unfortunately he was unable to yield to it. Prostrated, body and soul, by the electric fluid that had struck the earth within a few feet of him, for a time he was unable to stir. The first distinct thought that came into his mind was astonishment at finding the minute after that the claws of the lion were not buried in his flesh. The blow that had stunned him was not from the paw of the lion, but the lightning. It had saved his life, as the king of beasts, scorched and terrified by the shock, had retreated on the same instant. The storm soon passed over, and a small patch of clear sky appeared opening up on the western horizon. It was soon after occupied by the disk of a silvery moon, under whose soft light Willem continued his vigil, without further molestation from either lion or hyenas. The giraffe was still alive and lying quietly upon the ground, but from the long and labored respiration Willem began to fear that it might die before he would have the chance to release it from the irksome attitude in which he felt bound to retain it. End of chapter 53. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 54 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 54. Chance better than skill. The camelopards, followed by Hans, Hendrik, and Arend, had continued up the bank of the stream, and, being the main body of the herd, were pursued without the hunters having noticed the defection of Willem. With such noble game in view, and in hot pursuit of it, these three youths were as much excited as Groot Willem himself. Full of ardor they pressed on. Their horses were spurred to such a speed as soon brought them close upon the heels of the flying game. It was only then that Willem was observed to have parted from them. He was seen half a mile off, and fast increasing the distance. He was headed northward. This discovery scarce caused them a thought. Each was too much interested in his own chase to think of the others. They soon closed in upon the giraffes that had been driven into the sharp bend of the river. The hunted animals, on perceiving the obstruction, turned back, but found their retreat cut off. The pursuers were coming on behind them. Arend, who was to the right of the others, was just in time to prevent the giraffes from escaping with dry hoofs, by riding rapidly in advance of his companions. The herd was again headed towards the river. By forcing them round, Arend was placed within a few yards of the largest. The instinctive desire to bring down such a grand creature could not be resisted. and without bringing his horse to a stand, he placed the barrel of his rifle on a line with the camelopards' head and fired. Skill or chance favored him, and the giraffe dropped to the shot. Though a gigantic creature, standing 16 feet in height, the one small bullet, scarce bigger than a pea, was all that was necessary to bring its towering form to the earth. It had been hit on the side of the head, just behind the eye, and, as it received the shot, it raised its forefeet from the ground, spun around as on a pivot, and then fell heavily on its side. As though desirous of putting a period to its sufferings as soon as possible, as soon as it was down it commenced beating the ground violently with its shattered head. The remaining giraffes were driven on toward the stream, where, seeing no other way of avoiding the enemy that pursued them, they plunged into the water. The stream was neither broad nor deep, yet was it one that could not be conveniently crossed at that particular spot. The bank on both sides rose several feet above the water, and, from the way in which the animals were wading across, it was evident they were going upon a soft bottom. Not until several of them had reached the opposite shore, and made an ineffectual attempt to get out of the channel, did our hunters have any hope of capturing one of the young giraffes. Hitherto they had not thought of being able to take them alive. They had entered upon the chase solely for its excitement, and for the destroying of animal life. But on seeing the camelopard struggling in the stream, they became animated with the same hope that was inspiring Groot Willem about the same time, but on a far distant part of the plain. "They can't get up the bank," shouted Hendrik, "and there are 2 young ones among them. Let us try to get hold of them." To carry out Hendrik's proposal, but little time was lost in arranging a plan. It was instantly decided that they should separate, and one try to reach the other side of the stream. This task was assigned to Hendrik. Riding beyond the bend of the river, he reached a place where the bank was shelving, and, dashing in, he soon gained the opposite shore. A part of the equipment of each horse ridden by the hunters was a long rheim made of buffalo hide, and used for the purpose of tethering their animals when upon the grass. At one end of the rheim Hendrik had a loop, such as is used in the lassos of Spanish America. This was the means he intended to make use of for capturing the young giraffes. On riding opposite to them, he found them still in the water. Wearied by their late run, they were standing quietly, apparently too much exhausted to raise their feet out of the soft ooze, in which they were sinking deeper and deeper. 2 or 3 of the stronger ones alone continued their struggle to gain the shore, though not one of the drove seemed to think of making escape by moving up or down the stream. They were deterred from this by the presence of Hans and Arend, who had placed themselves on projecting points of the bank, above and below. The appearance of Hendrik directly in front of them caused a change in their attitude. Led by a large male, they commenced plunging about as if determined to make a break up stream. But Arend, who was in that quarter, had only a few paces to go before again appearing to be directly ahead of them, and this brought them a second time to a stand. After a short pause and a good deal of violent plunging, they now turned down stream, in hopes of escaping that way. So sharp was the bend of the river that Hans, who guarded there, was able to show himself as if right in front of them, and by loud shouts he once more brought them to bay. As a further encouragement to the hunters to continue the attempt at capturing the young giraffes, they noticed that these made but slight efforts to escape. The mud at the bottom was too tough for the strength of their slender limbs. In the narrow stream they were unable to get out of reach of the rheims, which all 3 of the hunters had now detached from their saddles, and were looking out for an opportunity to use. In their efforts to avoid their enemies, the frightened camelopards now rushed to and fro, wearily dragging their feet from the mud, until they were hardly able to move. Hendrik, who was nearest, after 2 or 3 ineffectual trials, at length succeeded in throwing his snare over the head of one of the young ones. As soon as he had done so, he leaped out of his saddle, and made fast the other end of his rheim to a tree. There was no chance for the giraffe to break away after that. However strong it might be in the body, its long slender neck was too feeble to aid it in a violent effort, and it soon submitted to its confinement. "Try and catch the other!" exclaimed Hendrik to his companions, pointing to the second of the young giraffes. "Make haste, and you will have it. See, it's stuck in the mud. "Quick, with your reim, Hans, quick!" In a second or two Hans, obeying the call, succeeded in throwing his snare, and the second of the young giraffes became a captive. As this was all that was wanted, the rest of the herd received no further attention, the hunters being wholly occupied with the two they had taken. Left free, the crowd of camelopards once more made a break to get off down the stream. In their struggles to escape, one of the young, that captured by Hendrik, was borne down and trampled under the water. It was not carried off. The rope still retained it; but, although it remained in the hands of its captors, it was only in the shape of a carcass. It was partly drowned, by its head being carried under water, and partly choked by the noose having tightened around its neck. As soon as the herd had gone off, the three hunters turned their attention to the captive that was still alive. It was at first fairly secured, so as to prevent the noose from slipping, and then carefully led out of the stream. For some time it struggled to get free, but, as if convinced that its efforts would be idle, it soon desisted. Exhausted with the long race, as well as by its subsequent exertions in the water, it was the more easily subdued. Our three hunters were in ecstasies. They had now obtained one young giraffe, and there was a possibility of their yet procuring another. The feat of capturing these creatures, that had baffled so many hunters, was proved not to be impossible. After all, Groot Willem had not been like a child crying for the moon. He had hoped for nothing more than might be accomplished. The welfare of their captive was now their greatest care, and to give it an opportunity of recovering from its fright, as also to get it a little better acquainted with its new companions, they resolved to allow it an hour's rest before returning to the camp. The young giraffe was too much exhausted to make any further effort at freeing itself. With the mild and gentle character of the camel, and nothing of the leopard in its nature, the giraffe soon becomes resigned to captivity. End of chapter 54. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 55 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 55. A Reverse of Fortune. Having given their captive the desired rest, during which it had displayed its good sense by remaining most of the time in quiet, the hunters prepared to drive it to their camp. Mounted on their horses, Arend and Hans each took the end of a rime which was fastened midway to its neck. They intended to ride a little in advance of the captive, keeping also some distance apart from each other. This would hinder it from turning either to the right or left. Hendrik was to come on behind and urge the creature forward should it show a disposition to try the strength of its neck by hanging back upon the rimes. This plan worked extremely well. The young captive was compelled to follow the two horsemen in an undeviating line, and every attempt made to remain stationary or go backwards was rewarded by a blow from Hendrik's jambok. Then the strain on the ropes would instantly be relieved by the animal springing forward. In this manner the creature was conducted along without the slightest trouble, and near the middle of the afternoon they reached the place from whence they had started out on the hunt. On the ground they discovered their pack saddles, cooking utensils, and other impedimenta. But nothing was seen of Congo, Swartboy, the 4 Makololo, or the cattle. All were away. Moreover, they had hopes of meeting Groot Willem on their return, and were anticipating great pleasure from the encounter. They knew how rejoiced he would be at their success. But where were the camp followers? Where were Swartboy and Congo? There was a mystery in their absence that none of the three hunters could solve. Why had the property been left exposed by those placed in charge of it? Could the Makololo have robbed them of their cattle? Had Congo and Swartboy proved traitors? This was very improbable, but why were they not there? For some time our adventurers could do nothing but wait, in the hope that time would explain all and bring the absentees back. Not an ox, horse, or dog was to be seen. The bundles of ivory, enveloped in grass matting, were lying where they had been left in the morning. If a robbery had been committed, why was this valuable property left untouched? As no one could make answer, the solution had to be left to time. Evening came on, and the three hunters were still distracted by conflicting hopes, fears, and doubts. The prolonged absence of Willem now began to cause them a serious apprehension. It was time something should be done towards finding him, but what were they to do? Where should they seek? They knew not; still, they should go somewhere. As night approached, leaving Hans to take care of the young giraffe, Arend and Hendrik started off in the direction in which Willem had last been seen. The twilight was fast disappearing before they had proceeded a mile from the camp, but under its dim light they perceived Congo and Swartboy coming towards them. They were only accompanied by the dogs. The two hunters hastened forward, and soon came up with them. Hendrik commenced hastily questioning the Bushmen, while Arend did the same to the Kaffir, in the endeavour to get some information of what had so much mystified them. The questions, "Where is Willem?" "Where are the cattle?" "Why did you leave the camp?" "Where are the Makololo?" were asked in rapid succession, and to all they received but one answer, the word "Yaas." "Will you not tell me, you yellow demon?" shouted Hendrik, impatient at not getting the answer he wished. "Yaas, Baas Hendrik," answered Swartboy. "What you want to know first?" "Where is Willem?" This was a question that, in the Bushman's way of thinking, required some consideration before he could venture on a reply; but while he was hesitating, Congo answered, "We don't know." "Ha, ha! Congo is a fool!" exclaimed Swartboy. "We saw Baas Willem going away this morning with the rest of you after the Tootlas." It was not until the youths were driven nearly wild with impatience that they succeeded in learning what they wished. Willem had not returned, and the two Africans knew less about the cause of his absence than they did themselves. During the day, the cattle, in feeding, had strayed to some distance over the plain. The four Makololo had gone after them and had not returned. Swartboy and Congo admitted that they had slept a while in the afternoon, and only on awaking had discovered that the cattle and Makololo were missing. They had then started out in search of both. They had found the ambassadors of Macora in great trouble. A party of Bechuanas had chanced upon them and taken from them the whole of the cattle. The Makololo were in great distress about the affair, and, fearing they would be blamed for the loss of the cattle, were afraid to return to the camp of the hunters. They were then halted about 2 miles down the river, and were talking of going back to their home, quite certain that the white hunters would have nothing more to do with them. The folly of having left their property unprotected, when in the neighbourhood of African tribes whose honesty could not be relied on, now, for the first time, occurred to our adventurers. The Bechuanas, who will steal from each other, or from the people of any nation, in all probability would not have taken the cattle, had one of the whites been present to claim ownership in them. The Bechuana robbers had found them in the possession of only 4 strange men, Africans, who belonged far north, and had no right to be within Bechuana territory. The opportunity was too good to be lost, and, so tempted, they had driven the animals away. There could be no help for what had happened, at all events not for the present. To discover the whereabouts of Willem was the care that was most pressing, and they once more proceeded in search of him. As the night had now come on, they could have done nothing of themselves, but the presence of Congo, accompanied by his hound Spoor'em, inspired them with fresh hope, and they proceeded onward. After a time it became so dark that Arend proposed a halt until morning. To this Hendrik objected, Congo taking sides with him. "Do you remember the night you were under the baobab tree, dodging the borele?" asked Hendrik. "Say no more," answered Arend. "If you wish it, I am willing to go on." Swartboy was sent back to the camp to join Hans, while the Kaffir and Spoor'em led the way. Under the direction of Hendrik they soon came to the place where Willem had been last seen. There were no signs of him anywhere. The joy with which they had returned to their camp had now departed. Something unusual had happened to their companions, something disastrous. Their cattle and pack horses were lost, driven away they knew not whither, by a tribe that might be able to retain them, even should they be found. Under these circumstances, what cared they any longer for the captured giraffe? Such were the reveries of Hendrik and Arend as they followed their Kaffir guide through the gloom of the night. End of chapter 55. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California. Chapter 56 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 56. The Search for Willem. To all appearance, Congo had some secret method of communicating to the dog Spoor'em what was required of him. The animal ran to the right and left, keeping a little in the advance, and with its muzzle close down to the surface, as if searching for a spoor. Most of the time it was out of sight, hidden by the darkness, but every now and then it would flit like a shadow across their track, and they could hear an occasional sniff as it lifted the scent from the ground. They had not proceeded more than half a mile in this manner when Spoor'em expressed a more decided opinion of something that interested him, by giving utterance to a short, sharp bark. "He's found the spoor!" exclaimed Congo, hastening forward. "I told him to do that, and I knowed he would." They were all soon up with the dog, which kept moving forward at a slow trot, occasionally lowering its snout to the grass, as though to make sure against going astray. Unlike most other hounds, Spoor'em would follow a track without rushing forward on the scent, and leaving the hunters behind. Arend and Hendrik knew this, though still uncertain about being on the traces of Groot Willem. The night was so dark they could not distinguish footmarks, and they had not the slightest evidence of their own for believing that they were on the tracks of Willem's horse. "How do you know that we're going right, Cong?" asked Hendrik. "We follow Spoor'em, he know it," answered the Kaffir. "He find anything that go over the grass." "But can you be sure that he is following the spoor of Willem's horse?" "Yaas, Master Hendrik, be very sure of it. Spoor'em is no fool, he knows well what we want." With blind confidence in the sagacity both of the Kaffir and his dog, the two hunters rode on at a gentle trot, taking more than an hour to travel the same distance that Willem had gone over in a few minutes. There was a prospect that the trail they were following might conduct them back to the camp, and that there would be found the man they were in search of. Willem would be certain not to return over the same ground where he had pursued the giraffes, and they might be spending the night upon his tracks while he was waiting for them at the camp. This thought suggested a return. Another consideration might have counseled them to it. A thunderstorm was threatening, and the difficulties of their search would be greatly increased. But all inclinations to go back were subdued by the reflection that possibly Willem might be in danger, and in need of their assistance, and with this thought they determined to go on. The dog was now urged forward at a greater speed. The storm was rapidly approaching, and they knew that, after the ground had been saturated by a fall of rain, the scent would be less easily taken up, and their tracking might be brought to an end. The elements soon after opened upon them, but still they kept on in the midst of the pelting rain, consoling themselves for what was disagreeable by the reflection that they were performing their duty to their lost friend. It was not until the thunder shower had passed over that Spoor'em began to show some doubt as to the course he was pursuing. The heavy rain had not only destroyed the scent, but the traces of the footmarks, and the dog was no longer able to make them out. For the last half hour they had been moving through an atmosphere dark as Erebus itself. They had been unable to see each other, except when the universe seemed illumined by the flashes of lightning. The night had now become clear, the moon had made her appearance in the western sky, and the search might have been continued with less difficulty than before, but for the obliteration of the spoor. The dog seemed bewildered and ran about in short broken circles, as though quite frantic at the thought of having lost the use of the most important of his senses. "We shall have to return at last," said Hendrik despairingly. "We can do nothing more tonight." They were about to act according to this advice, when the loud roar of a lion was heard some half-mile off, and in the direction from which they had just ridden. In going back that way they might encounter the fierce creature. "I have kept the lock of my rifle as dry as possible," said Arend, "but it may not be safe to trust it. I think I shall reload." Drawing the rifle out of the piece of leopard skin with which the lock had been covered, Arend pointed the muzzle upwards and pulled trigger. The gun went off. As the report fainted away in the distance, the far-off sound of a human voice could be heard, as if shouted back in answer to the shot. What they heard was the word "Halloo!" They hastened in the direction from whence the sound seemed to proceed. Even the dog appeared suddenly relieved from its perplexity, and led the way. In less than 10 minutes they were standing around Willem, delighted at finding him in safety, and in the possession of a live giraffe. "How long have you been here?" asked Hendrik, after the first moments of their joyful greeting had passed. "Ever since noon," was Willem's reply. "And how much longer would you have stayed had we not found you?" "Until either this giraffe or I should have died," answered Willem. "I should not have abandoned it before." "But supposing you had died first, how would it have been then?" asked Arend. "No doubt," replied Willem, "something would very soon have taken me away. But why don't you take my place here, one of you? I must stretch my legs, or I shall never be able to stand upright again." Hendrik placed his hands on the head of the giraffe, and Willem with some difficulty arose, and, after walking around the prostrate animal, declared that he had never been happy until that moment. It was decided that they should not attempt to stir from the place till morning, and the rest of the night, with the exception of an hour or two devoted to sleep, was passed in asking questions and giving explanations. Willem was a little woeful about the loss of his riding horse, and also on learning of the robbery of the cattle, but these misfortunes could not entirely counteract the joy he felt at having taken the young giraffe. "This creature is quite tame now," said he, "and if I cannot find my horse again I shall ride it to the Graaf Rennet. But before I do that, however, I shall use it in catching another. I must and shall have two, and we can easily find another chance. You and Hans ought to be ashamed of yourselves. The three of you have not done so well as I. You have allowed 2 or more young giraffes to escape, while I, single-handed, captured all the young that were in the herd I followed." Arend and Hendrik glanced significantly at one another, while Congo stared at both of them. A shake of the head given by Hendrik was understood by the two who were in the secret, for Congo had been told of the capture of the second giraffe, and of course not a word was said to Willem of that affair. His companions preferred giving him a surprise. End of chapter 56. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 57 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 57. An Encounter Between Old Acquaintances. When morning dawned, the first thought of the hunters was to contrive some plan for getting the young giraffe to the camp. Willem expressed surprise at his companions having come out without their rheims. The reason given by Hendrik for their having done so was that they did not think they would require them. Besides, they had left the camp in a hurry. They did not anticipate much difficulty in taking back the giraffe. It appeared so weak and submissive that their only fear was of its not being able to make the journey. For all that, without ropes or lines to lead it, there might be difficulty enough. It might take a notion to resist, or get clear out of their clutches. "I must have a line of some kind," said Willem, "even if I have to cut a thong from the hide of one of your horses. I have been standing, or rather sitting, sentry over this creature too long, and have travelled too far for the sake of finding it, to allow any chance of its escaping now. It is but half what we want, and if any of you had been worthy the name of hunter, you would have taken the other half." A few hundred yards from the spot grew a copse of young trees. Slender saplings they were, forming a miniature forest, such as one would like to see when in search of a fishing rod. Going to this grove, Willem selected out of it 2 long poles, each having a fork at the end. One of these was placed on each side of the captive giraffe, in such a manner that the forked ends embraced its neck, and when so tied, by twisting the twigs together, formed a sort of neck halter. By this means the creature could be led along, one going on each side of it. Arend grasped the end of one of the poles, and Hendrik the other. So long had the young camel leopard been kept in a prostrate position that it was with some difficulty it managed to get to its feet, and after doing so its efforts to escape were feeble, and easily defeated. At each attempt to turn to one side, its head was instantly hauled to the other, and it soon discovered that it was no less a captive on its feet than when fast confined in the recumbent attitude. Finding its struggles ineffectual, it soon discontinued them, and resigned itself to the will of its captors. Mounting their horses, Arend and Hendrik held the poles by which the giraffe was to be guided, while Willem and Congo walked on behind. In this manner the captive was conducted towards the camp. More than once during their journey Willem reiterated the reproach already made to his companions. If they had only shown as much energy and determination as he had done, they might now have been ready to take the road for Graaf Reinet, with a triumphant prospect before them. "I would have followed this giraffe," said he, "until my horse dropped dead, and then I would have followed it on foot until it became mine. I had determined not to be defeated, and survive the defeat. Ah! had any of you 3 shown a particle of the same resolution, we might have abandoned our cattle with pleasure, and started on a straight line for home by daybreak tomorrow morning." Arend and Hendrik allowed the elated hunter to continue his reproaches uninterrupted. They were quite satisfied with their own conduct, and each had the delicacy to refrain from telling Willem that, without their assistance, his capture of the young giraffe would only have resulted in the misfortune of losing his horse, and suffering many other inconveniences. They knew that Willem, when free from the intoxication caused by the partial fulfilment of a long cherished design, would not claim any greater share in the credit of the expedition than he was really entitled to. Moreover, his joy at having captured the giraffe was somewhat damped by the fear that his horse had gone off for good. He was confident that, should he again get possession of him, another giraffe could be taken. With the herd that had been hunted, he had seen 2 other young ones. They might be found a second time. But there would be a difficulty in running them down, unless he was once more on the back of his tried steed. By noon the camp was reached, when about the first thing that came under the eyes of Groot Willem was a young giraffe standing tied to a tree! Beside it was his own horse. The horse had been brought back by the Makololo, who found him straying over the plain as they were themselves returning to the camp. The presence both of the horse and the Makololo was at once explained. Their original intention to visit the country of the white men had been abandoned by them on account of the loss of their cattle. Without these they had no means of making the long journey that still lay before them. There seemed nothing for them but to go back to their home, to Macora. But they were unwilling to set off without taking leave of their late traveling companions, and, as they were at the same time afraid of being blamed for the loss of the white hunters' cattle as well as their own, they passed the night in great distress, uncertain as to what they should do. Just as morning dawned they descried Willem's horse grazing close to the spot where they were encamped. They had last seen the great hunter on this horse's back, going in pursuit of the giraffes, and they were anxious to learn why the animal was now separated from its rider. They knew that it was greatly prized by its owner, and they believed that, by taking it back to him, they would be forgiven for their neglect. In this they were not mistaken. About the other animal, the young giraffe that stood tied to a tree, Groot Willem neither asked nor received any explanation. He held his tongue about that. He had been over 30 hours without tasting food, and now, without uttering another word, he set to work upon a dinner that Swartboy had cooked for him, and, after showing that his discomfiture had not robbed him of his appetite, he stretched himself along the grass and fell into a sound sleep. The hunters had now but one more task to perform before taking the direct route toward Graaf Reinet. They must make an effort to recover the horses and cattle of which they had been despoiled. The sooner this work should be commenced, the better the prospect of success. But Groot Willem, on being awakened and consulted, declared that he would do nothing but sleep for the next 12 hours, and saying this he once more sank into a snoring slumber. As the others could take no important step without him, they were compelled to leave the matter over till such time as the great hunter should awake, which was not before breakfast time of the following day. End of chapter 57. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 58 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 58. The Lost are Found. After breakfast had been eaten, it was proposed to start off in search of the stolen property, and Groot Willem, not without reluctance, was prevailed upon to accompany the others. He was loath to part even for a few hours from the captives he prized so highly. His wildest dreams had been realized. 2 young giraffes had been taken, and were gradually getting tamed. He could caress them. They could be conducted with but little trouble to the colony of Graaf Reinet, thus delivered to the Dutch consul, and both money and fame would be the reward. Since returning to the camp and seeing the second giraffe, his companions had heard no more boasting about his own prowess, nor reproaches for their negligence. But now came the question of the ivory and other articles still lying in the camp. With such a large quantity of valuable property to transport to the settlements, the pack horses and cattle were worth making an effort to recover. So, leaving Hans with Swartboy and 2 of the Makololo to guard the camp, the others started off with the intention to seek and, if possible, find them. Believing that the tribe of Bechuanas that had taken them would be found living somewhere near a stream of water, they resolved to first proceed down the river on which they had their camp, and in this direction they set off. For the first 5 miles nothing could be seen of the spoor of either horses or cattle; but the ground was hard and dry, and, even if the cattle had been driven over it, it would have been impossible to take up their spoor. It had rained heavily, and that would do something to obliterate any tracks that might have been made. Soon they came to a place where the river bank was low and marshy, and this they examined with care. They saw the hoof marks of many animals that had quenched their thirst at the stream, all plainly impressed upon the soft earth. To their joy they perceived amongst them the tracks of horses and cattle, and easily recognized them as those of the animals they had lost. Beyond doubt they had been driven over the river at that point. Pleased at such a good beginning, they continued on, more hopefully. They were now sure that they had come in the right direction. The spoor still led down the banks of the stream. 3 or 4 miles further on, they came within sight of a kraal, containing about 40 huts. As they drew near, several men ran forward to meet them, and instantly demanded their business. Swartboy informed them that they were looking after some stolen horses and cattle. A tall, naked man, carrying a huge parasol of ostrich feathers, acted as spokesman for the villagers. In reply to Swartboy, he stated that he knew what cattle were, that he had often seen such animals, but not lately. He had never seen any horses, and knew not what animals they were. As it chanced, the rain that had fallen upon the preceding night had so softened the ground that all footmarks made since could be distinguished without the slightest difficulty. It was evident the man with the parasol had not thought of this, for our adventurers at once saw he was telling them a story. They had proofs that he was, by the sight of several horse tracks, with which the ground was indented around the spot where they had halted. They were so fresh as to show that horses must have been there but an hour ago, and it was not likely they could have been on that ground without being seen by the villagers and their chief. Without saying another word to the natives, our party proceeded on to the kraal. As they drew near, the first thing that fixed their attention was the skin of an ox, freshly taken from the carcass, and hanging upon one of the huts. Swartboy, who was an acute observer, at once pronounced the hide to have belonged to one of the oxen he had lately assisted in driving, and the two Makololo were of the same opinion. They pointed out to the white hunters the marks of their own pack saddle. None of the villagers who stood around could give any explanation of the presence of the hide. None of them had ever seen it before, and the features of all were painfully distorted into expressions of astonishment when it was shown them. Passing out from the kraal, the white hunters rode off over a plain that stretched northward. They did so because they saw something there that looked like a herd, and they conjectured it might turn out to belong to themselves. They were not astray. The herd consisted entirely of their own stolen animals. They were guarded only by some women and children, who fled wildly screaming at the approach of the white party. Riding up to the cattle, Groot Willem and Hendrik galloped on after the frightened women, who, by the efforts they were making to escape, plainly showed that they expected nothing short of being killed if overtaken. Too glad at recovering their property, the hunters had not the slightest desire to molest the helpless women, and yet, without intending it, they caused the death of one. As they galloped after the affrighted crowd, one of the women was seen to lag a little behind, and then fall suddenly to the earth. The two horsemen pulled up, and then turned in the direction of the woman who had fallen. On getting near, they noticed that dim, glassy appearance of the eyes that denotes death. Hendrik dismounted, and placed his hand over her heart. It had ceased to beat. There was no respiration. The woman was dead. She had been frightened to death. By her side was a child not more than a few months old, and yet it gazed upon Hendrik with eyes flashing defiance. Its animal instinct had not been subdued by the fear of man, and its whole appearance gave evidence of the truth of an assertion often made, that an African child, like a lion's cub, is born with its mental faculties wonderfully developed. By this time the other women had gone far out of reach, and none of them could be recalled. Hendrik was not inclined to leave the child by the side of its dead mother. Undecided what to do, he appealed to Willem, who by this time had come up. "We have frightened the soul out of this woman," said he, as the great hunter drew near. She has left a child behind her. What shall we do with it? It won't do to leave the poor thing here." "This is unfortunate, certainly," said Willem, as he gazed at the dead body. "The blacks will think that we killed the woman, and will ever after have an opinion of white men they should not have. We must take the child to the kraal and give it up to them. We can tell them that the woman died of her own folly, which is only the truth. Hand the pickaninny to me." As Hendrik attempted to obey this request, the child by loud screams protested against being taken away from its mother. Its resistance was not alone confined to cries. Like a young tiger it scratched and bit at the hands that held it, thus exhibiting a strange contrast to the conduct of its adult kindred, the Bechuanas, who have an instinctive fear of white men as well as a distaste for hostilities in any way. Holding the young black under one arm, Willem galloped after the cattle, that, with the aid of the others, in less than an hour, were driven up to the kraal. The only one missing was the ox, whose hide had been seen upon the hut. The child was delivered over to the chief. Swartboy explained to him the circumstances under which it had been found, and, at Willem's request, advised the Bechuanas never again to molest the property of other people. To the surprise of our adventurers, not only the chief but several of his elders loudly declared that they knew nothing whatever of the cattle or the women found in charge of them. But, while they were thus talking, the two Makololo pointed out the men who were loudest in declaring their ignorance, as the very ones who had driven the animals away. To escape from the discordant clamor of their tongues, the hunters turned hastily away, taking their cattle along with them. Hendrik and Arend felt some inclination to punish the blacks for their treachery, as well as the loss of time and the trouble they had occasioned. This, however, was forbidden by the great-hearted Willem, who could no more blame the natives for what they had done than the bird that picks up a worm upon its path. "These poor creatures," said he, "know no better. They have never been taught the precepts of religion, and to them right and wrong are almost the same thing. Leave them to learn a lesson from our mercy." End of chapter 58. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 59 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 59. A Lion Hunt. Once more our adventurers turned their faces homeward. Contrary to their expectations, the young camelopards caused them but little trouble. A single reim attached to the neck of each was sufficient to lead them along. The manner in which both had been captured had taught them in their first lesson that man's will was superior to their own, and they were thenceforth either too cunning or too silly to resist it. Before driving them far along the road, there would have been little danger of their straying, even if left free to do so. Like tame elephants, they knew neither their own strength nor swiftness, and soon became as easily managed as any of the horses or horned cattle. For several days no incident worthy of notice occurred, nor did our adventurers much desire that any should. They had obtained all they required, and even Groot Willem, before so enthusiastically fond of hunting, would not have turned aside to kill the finest kudu that ever trod the plains of Africa, unless its flesh had been absolutely wanted for food. After a journey of 2 more weeks, Swartboy found himself in a land inhabited by many of his countrymen, the Bushmen. It was a land he had long been looking forward to visit, and with pleasant anticipations, not from any sunny memory of youthful joy, but merely from that prejudice in favor of native land natural to all mankind. He had ever represented to his young masters that the Bushmen were a race of noble warriors and hunters, that they were kind, hospitable, intelligent, and in every respect superior to the countrymen of his rival Congo. They were now in a country inhabited by several wandering tribes of these people, and where opportunities might not be wanting to test the truth of Swartboy's assertions. One soon presented itself. Early one afternoon they arrived at a settlement of Bushmen, a kraal of their kind, containing about 50 families. On learning that they would have a long distance to travel before finding a place to encamp, our adventurers resolved to stay by the bushman's village for the night. The first exhibition given of the hospitality Swartboy had boasted of was by the whole tribe begging for tobacco, spirits, clothing, and everything else the travelers chanced to possess, while the only consideration they could give in return was the permission to draw water from a pool in the neighborhood of their kraal. During the night a young heifer belonging to the headman of the village was carried off by a lion, and in the morning 2 of the natives were ordered to follow the beast and destroy it. The hunters had often heard of the manner in which the bushmen kill lions, and, anxious to see the feat performed, they obtained permission to accompany the 2 men in their expedition. The only implements carried by the bushmen for the destruction of the king of beasts were a buffalo robe, a small bow, and some poisoned arrows, with which each was provided. The lion was traced to a grove of trees about 1.5 miles from the kraal. To this place our adventurers proceeded, curious to see a lion die under the effects of a wound given by a tiny arrow, as also to learn how the bushmen would approach such a dangerous creature near enough to use such a weapon. Gorged with its repast, there was no difficulty in getting near the lion. As the bushmen anticipated, the fierce brute was enjoying a sound slumber. Silently the 2 drew near, so near as almost to touch the sleeping monster. The spectators, who had stopped at some distance off, dismounted from their horses, and, with rifles ready for instant use, at a few yards behind the bushmen, followed the latter, whose courage they could not help admiring. Only one of the bushmen drew his bow. The other, holding his buffalo robe spread out upon both hands, went nearer to the lion than the one who was to inflict the mortal wound. There was a moment of intense interest. In 1 second the lion could have tossed the bodies of the 2 little men, crushed and mangled, to the earth. In another moment the tiny arrow was seen sticking in the monster's huge side between 2 of the ribs. Just as the fierce brute was springing to his feet with a loud growl, just as he had caught a glimpse of the human face, the buffalo skin was flung over its head. He ran backwards, turned hastily around, and disengaged himself from the robe, and then, astonished at the incomprehensible encounter, fled without casting another glance behind. So far as destroying him was concerned, the task of the bushmen was accomplished. The poisoned arrow had entered the animal's flesh, and they knew he was as sure to die as if a cannonball had carried off his head. But the bushmen had still something to do. They must carry back to their chief the paws of the lion, as proof that they had accomplished the errand on which they had been dispatched. They must follow the lion until he fell, and curious to witness the result, our adventurers followed them. Slowly at first, and with an apparent show of unconcern, the lion had moved away, though gradually increasing his speed. The arrow could not have done much more than penetrate his thick hide, and fearing that he might not die, Willem expressed some regret that he had not given the brute a bullet from his roer. "I am very glad you did not," exclaimed Hans, on hearing Willem's remark. "You would have spoilt all our interest in the pursuit. I want to see the effect of their poisoned arrow, and learn with my own eyes if a lion can be so easily killed." The wounded animal retreated for about 1 mile, then stopped and commenced roaring loudly. Something was evidently amiss with him, as he was seen turning as upon a pivot, and otherwise acting in a very eccentric manner. The poison was beginning to do its work, and each moment the agony of the animal seemed to be on the increase. He laid himself down and rolled over and over. He then reared himself upon his hind legs, all the while roaring like mad. Once he appeared to stand upon his head. After a time he attacked a tree growing near, and tearing the bark both with claws and teeth, left the branches stained with his blood. He seemed as if he wished to rend the whole world. Never had our adventurers, in all their hunting experience, been witnesses to such terrific death struggles. The sufferings of the great beast were frightful to behold, and awakened within the spectators a feeling of pity. They would have released it from its misery by a shot, had they not been desirous to learn all they could of the effects of the poison. From the time the lion ceased to retreat till the moment when he ceased to live, about 15 minutes elapsed. During that time the spectators saw a greater variety of acrobatic feats than they had ever witnessed in one scene before. As soon as the creature was declared dead, the bushmen cut off its paws and carried them back to the kraal. End of chapter 59. Recording by Caroline Shapiro. Chapter 60 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 60. A Sudden Reverse of Fortune. On the third morning after leaving the Bushman's Kraal, our adventurers were awakened by the loud cries of a troop of black monkeys that appeared in a neighboring grove. Something was giving them trouble. This could be told by the cries, which were evidently those of distress. As breakfast was being prepared and the cattle laden for a start, Willem and Hendrik strolled towards the grove from whence the cries came. They were now more frightful than ever, and translated from the monkey language seemed to say, "Murder!" In a tree where there were between 15 and 20 of those quadrumana, each about the size of an ordinary cat, was seen a young leopard, trying to capture a black monkey for his breakfast. To avoid this enemy, the apes had crawled out on the small, slender branches, where the leopard dared not follow them, knowing that his weight would precipitate him to the ground. For some time our adventurers amused themselves by watching the abortive efforts of the leopard to procure the means of breaking its fast. He would pursue a monkey along the limb until the branch became too small to be trusted any farther. He would get within 2 to 3 feet of the screaming ape and then stretch out one of his paws, while displaying his white teeth in a smile, as though desirous of shaking hands with the creature he was intending to destroy. Finding his efforts to reach that particular monkey useless, he would then leave it to go through the same game with another. One of the apes was at length chased out upon a large dead limb that extended horizontally from the trunk. The top had been broken off, and there being no slender twigs on which the monkey could take refuge, there was nothing to prevent the leopard from following it to the extremity of the branch and seizing it at leisure. There was no other branch to which the monkey could spring, and it was fairly in a dilemma. On perceiving this, it turned to the hunters who stood below, and gazed at them with an expression that seemed to say, "Save me! Save me!" The leopard was so intent on obtaining his breakfast that he did not notice the arrival of the two hunters until they were within 20 yards of the tree, and until he was close pursuing the monkey along the dead limb. At this point, however, he paused. He had caught sight of the human-faced divine, and instinct told him that danger was near. He gazed upon the intruders with flaming eyes, as if very little would induce him to change the nature of his intended repast. "Reserve your fire, Hendrik," exclaimed Willem as he brought the roer to his shoulder. "It may be needed." The leopard answered the report of the gun by making a somersault to the earth. There was no necessity for Hendrik to waste any ammunition upon him. He had fallen in the agonies of death, and without even waiting for his last kick, Willem took hold of one of his hind legs and commenced dragging the carcass towards the camp. The camp was not far away, and they soon came within sight of it. To their surprise, they saw that it was in a state of commotion. The horses and cattle were running in all directions, and so too were the men. What could it mean? The answer was obtained by their seeing a huge dark form standing in the middle of the camp. They recognized it as the body of a black rhinoceros, one of the largest kind. The fierce brute had taken his stand in the middle of the camping ground, and seemed undecided as to which of the fugitives he should follow. His ill humor had arisen from the circumstance that, on seeking the place where he was in the habit of quenching his thirst, he had found it occupied by strange intruders. A black rhinoceros would not hesitate to charge upon a whole regiment of cavalry, and the manner in which the one in question had introduced himself to the camp was so impetuous as to cause a precipitate retreat both of man and beast. In short, everything that was free to get off. One of the young giraffes had been too strongly secured to effect its escape. It was struggling on the ground, and by its side was an ox that the borele had capsized in his first impetuous onset. The second of the giraffes was fleeing over the plain, and had already gone farther from the camp than any of the other animals. It seemed not only inspired by fear, but a renewed love of liberty. The borele soon selected an object for his pursuit, which was one of the pack horses, and then charged right after him. Meanwhile, Willem and Hendrik hastened on to the camp, where they were joined by 2 of the Makalolo. All the others had gone off after the cattle and horses. The giraffe, in its efforts to escape, had thrown itself upon the ground and was fastened in such a way that it was in danger of being strangled in the rheims around its neck. As though to ensure its death, the ox that had been gored by the borele became entangled in the same fastenings, and tightened them by his violent struggles. The first care of the returned hunters was to release the young giraffe. They could have been done immediately by setting it free from its fastenings, but then there was danger of its following the example of its companion and taking advantage of the liberty thus given to it. As the ox, whose struggles were nearly breaking its neck, had been gored by the borele and severely wounded, he saw it would be no use letting him live any longer, and without more ado he received his quietus from Hendrik's rifle. The giraffe was now released and restored to its proper fastenings. By this time the others had caught up with most of the horses and cattle. None of them, except the one selected for a special pursuit by the borele, had gone far, but turning when out of danger were easily caught. This was not the case with the camelopard that had got loose and fled among the foremost. Its flight had been continued until it was no longer seen. It had entered the grove from which Willem and Hendrik had just come, and there were 10 chances to 1 against their ever seeing it again. Had Willem been on horseback at the time it ran off from the camp, he would have stood a chance of recapturing it, but as it had now 20 minutes of start, the chances were very slight indeed. Not a moment was to be lost, however, before making the attempt, and accompanied by Hendrik, Congo, and the dog Sporum, Willem started off for the forest, leaving the others to continue the task of collecting the animals still scattered over the plain. But 1 brief hour before, Willem van Wyk was the happiest hunter in existence, and now he was about the most miserable. One of the 2 captives, for which he had suffered so many hardships, had escaped, and in all probability would never be again seen by the eyes of a white man. The realization of his fondest hopes was delayed for a time, perhaps forever. One camelopard was of but little value to him. He must have 2, and fortune might never assist them in obtaining another. He was not sure of being able to keep the one that still remained. Death might take it out of their hands. It had been injured in the struggle, and before leaving camp he had noticed that the efforts of the Makololo to get it to its feet had not succeeded. His great undertaking, the chief purpose of the expedition, was as far as ever from being accomplished. Such were the thoughts that tortured him as he urged Congo and the dog to greater haste in following the spoor through the forest. End of chapter 60. Recording by Caroline Shapiro. Chapter 61 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 61. The Lost Found. The forest, which Willem at first feared might be miles in extent, proved to be but a mere strip of timber, through which he soon passed, discovering an open plain on the other side. Nothing could be seen of the camelopard, though its tracks were found leading out upon the plain. Willem's wishes were very difficult to meet. At first he was afraid the giraffe would be lost in a dense forest, where he would be unable to gallop after it on horseback. Now, when contemplating the vast plain before him, he feared that the flight of the escaped captive might be continued for many miles, and he regretted that it had gone out of the timber. The trees would have given it food and shelter, where it might have stayed until overtaken, but it was not likely to make halt on an open plain. It must now be many miles off, since they could see nothing of it. The tracks could be followed, but very slowly, not half so fast as the animal itself had made them, while going in search of the kindred from which it had been so rudely separated several days before. The longer they continued to take up the spoor, the farther they would be from the animal that had left it. All this was fully understood by our adventurers. "It's no use going farther," remarked Hendrik. "We have lost the creature beyond all hope of recovery. We may as well turn back to camp." "Not a bit of it," answered Willem. "The giraffe is mine, and I shan't part with it so cheaply. I'll follow it as long as I have strength left me sufficient to sit upon my horse. It must stop sometime and somewhere, and whenever that time comes, I shall be there not long after to have another look at it." Thinking that an hour or 2 more of what he considered a hopeless chase would satisfy even Willem, Hendrik made no further objections, but continued on after Congo, who was leading along the spoor. The sun had by this crossed the meridian and commenced descending towards the western horizon. They had started from camp without eating breakfast, and their sudden departure had prevented them from bringing any food along with them. Thirsty and feeble from the long fast and the fatigue of tracking under a hot sun, they continued their course in anything but a lively fashion. "Willem!" at length exclaimed Hendrik, suddenly pulling up his horse, "I am willing to do anything in reason, but I think we have already gone on this worse than wild goose chase, a good many miles too far. We can scarce get back to the camp before nightfall, and I shall commence returning now." "All right," answered Willem, "I can't blame you. You're free to do as you please, but I shall go on. I need not expect others to act as foolishly as myself. This is my own affair, and you as well as Congo had better turn back. Leave me the dog, and I can track up the giraffe without you." "No, no, Baas Willem," exclaimed the Kaffir. "I go with you and Spoor'em. We no leave you." Willem, Congo, and the dog moved on, leaving Hendrik gazing after them. He remained on the spot where he had pulled up his horse. "Now this is interesting," muttered the young cornet, as he saw them go off upon the spoor. "I have been acting without motives, acting like a fool ever since we have been out on this expedition. Circumstances have driven me to it and will do so again. Yes, I must follow Willem. Why should I desert him when that poor Kaffir remains true? Is his friendship worth more than mine?" Spurring his horse into a gallop, Hendrik was soon once more by the side of his forsaken companion. Willem had a strong suspicion that he was himself acting without reason, in seeking for an object he could hardly expect to find. This sage reflection did not prevent him from continuing the search. Half distracted by the loss of the camelopard, he was scarce capable of knowing whether he now acted sensibly or like a fool. To all appearance, Hendrik had only followed him for the purpose of prevailing upon him to return. Every argument that could be advanced against their proceeding farther was used by the young cornet, all to no purpose. Willem was determined to proceed, and persisted in his determination. Evening approached, and still he was unwilling to give up the search. They could not return that night, for they were now nearly a day's journey from the camp. "Willem is mad, hopelessly mad," thought Hendrik, "and I must not leave him alone." They journey on together, and in silence, Hendrik fast approaching that state of mind in which he had just pronounced Willem to be. But their journey was approaching its termination. It was nearer than either of them expected to a successful issue. A clump of trees was seen rising up over the plain. They were willows, and indicated the proximity of water. Towards these the tracks appeared to lead in a line almost direct. The giraffe, guided by its instinct, had scented water. The horses ridden by the trackers did the same, and hastened forward to the clump of trees. There was a pool in the center of the grove, and on its edge an animal, the sight of which drew an exclamation of joy from the lips of Groot Willem. It was the escaped camelopard. A second joyful shout was caused by their perceiving that it was again a captive. The loose rein which it had carried away round its neck had become entangled among the bushes, and it was now secured so that they had no difficulty in laying hold of it. Had they not come upon the spot, it would have perished either by the suicidal act of half strangulation, from thirst, or by the teeth of some fierce predatory animal. The rein was now unwound from the saplings to which it had attached itself, and the giraffe released from its irksome attitude. No harm had yet befallen it. "Now, Hendrik," exclaimed Willem, as he gazed upon the captive with an expression of pride and pleasure, "is it not better that we have saved this poor creature than to have left it to die a horrible death?" "Yes, certainly," answered his companion. "Much good may sometimes result from what may appear a foolish course of conduct." Satisfied with the result of his perseverance, Willem was quite indifferent as to whether his conduct had been foolish or otherwise. Congo did not seem the least surprised at the good fortune of his master, probably for the reason that he had the utmost confidence in his wisdom, and never for a moment had doubted that the giraffe would be discovered. Willem never was without the means of lighting a fire. He was too fond of a pipe for that, and near a large blazing heap of wood they remained until the first appearance of day. The journey back to the camp was a tedious one, but was made with much less heaviness of spirit than they had suffered when leaving it to go in search of the lost giraffe, which fortune had so favored them in finding. End of chapter 61. Recording by Caroline Shapiro. Chapter 62 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 62, with the Hottentots. On reaching the camp, Willem and Hendrik found their companions anxiously awaiting their return. The horses and cattle had all been recovered, and the borele that had caused their dispersion had been shot by Hans and Arend. Its attack had caused a delay of 2 days and the loss of an ox. Again the journey towards Graaf Reinet was resumed, and day by day was prosecuted with all the speed that could be made in safety to their animals. The return journey was not completed until they had suffered many hardships, and had more than once nearly lost the 2 young giraffes. On passing through the Hottentot country, they saw many large plains from which the grass had lately been burnt, and not a morsel could be obtained for the subsistence of their animals. Amid the herbage charred by the fire, they frequently saw the remains of serpents and other reptiles that had been scorched to death. During the passage across these burnt tracts, the travelers suffered much from hunger and thirst, as did also their animals. Such hardships Groot Willem seemed not to heed. His only care was for the young giraffes, his only fear that they might not safely reach their destination. But each hour of the toilsome journey was cheered by the knowledge that they were drawing nearer home, and all that was disagreeable was endured with such patience as sprang from the prospect of a speedy termination to their toils. The latter part of their route lay through a part of southern Africa, farther to the west than any they had yet visited. They passed through lands inhabited by certain tribes of natives, of whom they had often heard and read, but had never seen. Of some of the customs of those unfortunate people classed among that variety of the genus Homo known as the Hottentot, they one afternoon became fully and painfully acquainted. Beneath the shade of some stunted trees they found an aged man and a child not more than 18 months old. The man, who could not have been less than 70 years of age, was totally blind, and by his side was an empty calabash that had evidently once contained water. With the assistance of Swartboy as interpreter, it was ascertained that he had lately lost by death an only son and protector. There was no one now to provide for his wants, and he had been carried far away from the home of his tribe and left in the desert to die. The child had lost its mother, its only parent, and had been exposed to death at the same time and for the same reason, because there was no one to provide for it. Both old man and infant had been thus left exposed to a death which must certainly ensue either by thirst, hunger, or hyenas. This horrid custom of the Hottentots was not entirely unknown to our adventurers. They had heard that the act, of which they now had ocular evidence, was once common among the inhabitants of the country through which they were passing, but like thousands of others they had believed that such a barbarous custom had long ago been discontinued, under the precept and example of European civilization. They saw that they were mistaken, and that they were in the neighborhood of a tribe that had either never heard these precepts of humanity, or had turned a deaf ear to them. Knowing that a Hottentot kraal could not be many miles away, and unwilling to leave 2 human beings to such a fearful fate, the travelers determined to take the helpless creatures back to the people who, as Swartboy worded it, had thrown them away. Strange to say, the old man expressed himself not only willing to die where he sat, but showed a strong disinclination to being returned to his countrymen. He had the philosophy to believe that he was old and helpless, a child for the second time, and that by dying he was but performing his duty to society. To be placed again in a position where he would be an encumbrance to those whom he could not call kindred was, in his opinion, a crime he should not commit. Our adventurers resolved upon saving him in spite of himself. It was not until late in the afternoon that they reached the kraal from which the outcasts had been ejected. Not a soul could be found in the whole community who would admit that the old man had ever been seen there before, and no one had the slightest knowledge of the child. The white men were advised to take the objects of their solicitude to the place where they properly belonged. "This is interesting," said Hendrik. "We might wander all over southern Africa without finding a creature that will acknowledge having seen these helpless beings before. They are ours now, and we must provide for them in some way or other." "I do not see how we can do it," rejoined Arend. "I am quite sure that they are now with their own tribe, and it is they who should provide for them." A second effort was made to persuade the villagers to acknowledge some complicity in the attempt to starve two human beings. But they had already learned that their contact in such a custom was considered by white people as a crime, and ashamed of what they had done, they stoutly stood to the story they had first told. Strangest of all, the feeble old man confirmed all their statements, and as some proof of the truth of what they had said, he informed the travelers that the chief and several others whom he called by name were men incapable of practicing a deception. This he professed to know from a long acquaintance with them. The hunters were now within the territory over which the colonial government claimed and sometimes enforced dominion, and the Hottentots were threatened with the vengeance of English justice in the event of their not taking care of the old man and child, or should they again expose him as they had already done. They were told that a messenger should be sent to them within a few weeks to learn if their orders had been obeyed, and having delivered up the two helpless beings to the headman of the village, the travelers once more proceeded on their way. End of chapter 62. Recording by Caroline Shapiro.
Chapter 63 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 63. The Dutchman's Fireside. A few more days' journey brought them into a neighborhood inhabited by several Dutch Boers. They were now traveling upon a track dignified by the name of road, which only benefited them so far as between the rivers it conducted them without difficulty from one crossing place to another. For the first time in several months they saw fields under cultivation by white labor, and were able to procure a substance called bread. One evening, as they were preparing to encamp near the habitation of a well-to-do appearing Boer, they received an invitation from the proprietor to make his house their home for the night. A heavy cold rain had been falling most part of the day, and to all appearance the weather would be no better during the night. The invitation was gladly accepted, and the travelers, grouped around the wide hearth of the Boer's kitchen fire, were enjoying that sense of happiness we all feel to a greater or less extent when perfectly secure from a storm heard raging without. The horses and cattle had been driven under large sheds. The young giraffes were secured in place by themselves. Congo, Swartboy, and the Makololo were in a hut near by, with some Hottentot servants of the boss Boer. Their host was a free-hearted, cheerful sort of fellow, only too thankful that circumstances had given him some guests to entertain him. His tobacco was of the best quality, and the supply of Cape Smoke, the native peach brandy, was apparently unlimited. According to his own account, he had been a hunter during his youth, and there was nothing he liked better than to relate incidents of his own adventures in the chase, or to listen to the tales of others. The only fault he had to find with our heroes was that they were too moderate in the use of his Cape Smoke. He was a convivial man, one who knew of nothing better to do after a long day's work than getting what is termed jolly in the company of friends. He did not care to imbibe alone, and he declared that nothing looked worse than that, except to see a man drinking too often in the presence of others, when they refused to do justice to his generosity. According to his own account, he had been hard at work on his farm throughout all that day, and in the rain. Why, then, should he not cheer himself after such protracted exposure? The smoke was the very thing to do it. His guests were welcome to the best his house could afford, and all the compensation he would ask in return for his hospitality would be the satisfaction of seeing them make themselves at home. On the part of the Boer there was a strong determination to make his guests intoxicated, but this was not observed by them. They only believed that his hospitality was pushed a little too far, so much so as to be rather annoying. But this was a fault they had observed in many who were only trying to put on their best behavior, and, considering its unselfishness, it could be readily excused. Notwithstanding the many hardships Groot Willem and his companions had endured in their various excursions, they had never deemed it necessary to use ardent spirits to excess; and the frequent and earnest entreaties of the Boer, backed by his fat and rather good-looking vrouw, could not induce them to depart from their usual practice of abstemiousness. The Boer pretended to be sorry at his inability to entertain his youthful guests. Notwithstanding his assertions to the contrary, however, the hunters passed a long and pleasant evening by his fireside. The supper provided for them, as well as everything else, except some of their host's hunting stories, was very good. It was so seldom that the man had an opportunity of entertaining guests, that it seemed ingratitude on their part to deprive him of the pleasure he enjoyed, and, yielding to his solicitations, they did not retire until a late hour. But there had been one chapter in the conversation of the evening to which none of our adventurers listened with much pleasure. It was a statement made by the Boer, after he had partaken of several glasses of the smoke. "Ish ver shorry you go get the money for the 2 kameels," said he. "Mine 2 brudders and mine vrouw's brudder stand chance to lose it now. Ish ver sorry for them, you know." On further conversation it was discovered that his 2 brothers and a brother of his wife had left for the north 7 months before, on a hunting excursion, their principal object being to procure the 2 young giraffes, for which the reward of £500 had been offered. They were to visit the country of the Bechuans, and had taken with them a native servant who belonged to that tribe. Their return was hourly expected, and had been so for more than a month, though nothing had been heard of them since their departure. It was but natural that the Boer should prefer that his own kinsmen might obtain the reward, instead of a party of strangers; and his having so candidly expressed his regrets in that regard was rather a circumstance in his favour. His guests ascribed it to his open, straightforward manner, made a little more free by application of the smoke. It was not until an old Dutch clock in the corner of the kitchen had struck 2, that the young men, who pleaded their fatigue after a long day's march, were allowed to retire to their beds. They were shown into a large room, where a good soft couch had been prepared for each of them. Their arduous journeying seemed nearly over, for they had reached a place where people slept with their faces screened from the faint light of the stars, and without depending on the nature of the earth beneath them for the quality of their couch. Chapter 63. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 64 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 64. Strayed or Stolen. It was not until 10 o'clock next morning that Hans awoke and then aroused his companions. "We should be ashamed of ourselves," exclaimed Willem, as he hastily commenced making his toilet. "We have swallowed too much smoke and overslept ourselves." "No," answered Hans, who was always anxious to prove himself the philosopher of the company. "We should rather feel pride in the circumstance that the small quantity we drank has produced so great an effect. It is proof that we have not been in the habit of indulging in the use of ardent spirits, and that pride we should ever strive to maintain." The travellers were soon in the presence of their host and hostess, whom they found waiting to do the honours of a well-appointed breakfast, to which each of the hunters except Willem sat down. Willem could not be contented to eat until he had looked to the property in which he professed to have a much greater interest than his companions, and he would not sit down to the breakfast table till he had paid a visit to his darling giraffes. Walking out of the house, he went toward the sheds, where the cattle and native servants had been housed for the night. On entering the hut, where he had left his black companion the evening before, He had before him a melancholy evidence of the evils of intemperance. The four Makololo were rolling about upon the floor, moaning heavily, as though in the last agonies of death. Swartboy and Congo, more accustomed to the effects of strong drink, only showed by their heavy breathing that they were endeavouring to recover from their night's debauch by indulging in a sound slumber. They were quickly roused to consciousness by Willem, who used the toe of his boot for the purpose, though even this rude appliance had no effect on any of the four Makololo. The Kaffir sprang to his feet, and, as though trying to carry his head in his hands, reeled out of the room. He was followed by his master, who saw that all efforts at inducing the Makololo to resume their journey would be for several hours unavailable. On moving around to the shed where the two giraffes had been tied, Willem was somewhat alarmed by an indescribable expression seen on the features of Congo. The eyes seemed as if about to start from the Kaffir's head. The distance between his chin and nose had alarmingly extended, and his whole appearance formed a frightful picture of astonishment and fear. To Willem there needed no explanation. One glance was enough. The camelopards were gone! The bushman and Kaffir had promised to watch over them in turns, and had both neglected their duty by getting drunk. Willem uttered not one word of reproach. Hope, fear, and chagrin kept him for a moment silent. Within his mind was struggling a faint idea that the giraffes had been removed by some servants of the Boer to a place not far away, perhaps to a more secure shed. This hope was dashed with the fear that they had been stolen, or had helped themselves to freedom, and might never again be found. During the first moments of his agony and despair, Groot Willem had the good sense to blame himself. He had been as negligent as either of the two terror-stricken men now standing before him. He should not have left to others the sole care of what he prized so highly. For the sake of a few hours of better fare than that to which he had lately been accustomed, why had he neglected to look after a prize that had cost so many toils and so much time in obtaining? Why could he not have lived a few days longer, as he had done for so many months, watchful, thoughtful, on the alert? All would then have been well. A search of 5 minutes among the huts and sheds told him that the giraffes were certainly gone. The task was to recover them, directing Swartboy and Congo to make all the inquiries they could as to the time and manner of their disappearance. The great hunter turned despairingly towards the house to communicate to his companions the misfortune that had befallen them. The news took away every appetite. The grand breakfast prepared by the vrouw and her dusky handmaidens was likely to remain uneaten, for all, starting up from their seats, hastened towards the shed where the giraffes had been confined. The hospitable Boer expressed a keen sympathy for their misfortune, and declared his willingness to spend a month, if need be, with all his servants, in the recovery of the lost camelopards. "All dish comes of dranking too much smokes," said he. "Mine beeples last night all got more so drunk, but they must do so no more. I shall spill all the smokes on the ground, and by no more forever." One of the giraffes had been tied to a post forming part of the shed in which they had been shut up. The post had not only been torn out of the earth, but from its fastenings at the top, and was lying on the ground, 6 or 8 paces from where it had formerly stood. 2 other posts adjoining had been pushed down, making a breach in the enclosure sufficiently large for the giraffes to have made their exit. Had they been tied to trees as usual, they could not have escaped. The rheims around their slender necks would have held them. Perhaps by the weight and strength of their bodies they had pushed down the stockade, and the rheims had slipped over the ends of the posts after they had fallen. In this manner they might have escaped, but, though it seemed simple enough, still there was something strange in it, and our travellers thought so. The captives had lately shown no disposition to get free. and it was odd they should do so now. Moreover, there must have been a premeditated, jointly contrived plan between them, and this could hardly be supposed to exist. They were gone, however, and must be sought for and brought back. For this duty Congo was already making preparations, though with very little prospect of success. Rain had been falling heavily all the night, and had destroyed any chance of the lost animals being tracked, even by Spoor'em. Within a large enclosure, contiguous to the Boer's dwelling, more than 500 cattle had been penned up during the 8th. These had been turned out to graze that morning, and, in consequence, the ground was everywhere covered with the hoof marks of horses and cattle. A full hour was spent in finding a track that could, with any certainty, be pronounced that of a giraffe, and this had been made by the animal going in the direction of the sheds. Of course it was the spoor of the camelopards when first led up on the evening before. "Hendrik!" exclaimed Willem, nearly frantic with despair. "What shall we do? Those giraffes are somewhere and must be found." "They are just as likely to have gone in one direction as another," answered Hendrik, "and suppose we look for them in the direction of Graaf Reinet." This remark but increased Willem's despair, for it showed an unwillingness on the part of his comrade to make any farther delay on account of their misfortune. The Boer declared himself willing to furnish horses and men for a search, if the hunters could ascertain with any certainty the directions the runaways had taken. Hans now volunteered a bit of advice, which was listened to by Willem as being the most sensible yet given. "Our late captives," said the philosopher, "have made the most of a good opportunity for escaping. It was, no doubt, done under an instinct, and the same instinct will be likely to guide them back toward their native land. If we go in search of them, let the search be made in the direction from whence they came." "Mine boys," broke in the Boer, "there is no use looking if they go that way. They will not wait fast enough for any party to catch up to them." Hendrik and Arend expressed themselves of the same opinion. "Congo, you black scoundrel!" exclaimed Willem. "Where are our giraffes? Which way shall we look for them?" In answer to this question, the bewildered Kaffir could only shake his aching head. Willem had great faith in Congo's instinct, and was not satisfied with the limited information received from him. "Do you think, Congo, we had better follow the spoor we made in coming here?" he asked. Again the Kaffir shook his head. "You sooty idiot!" exclaimed the distracted questioner. "Answer me in some other way. No more wobbling of your head, or I'll break it for you." "I don't think at all now, Baas Willem," said Congo. "My head feel too big for the question you put 'em." Hendrik was about to observe that there was a vast difference between the Kaffir and his master, but, not wishing to vex the latter any more, he proposed that something should be done besides talking. "Hans," exclaimed Willem, "you stay here and look after our property. All the others who wish it can come along with me, but whoever does must get into his saddle in the shortest possible time. Am off this instant in search of the fugitives." So saying, Groot Willem made a rush towards the shed under which his horse had been stabled, and, putting on the saddle with his own hands, he sprang into it and rode hastily away. End of chapter 64. Recording by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai. Chapter 65 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. The Last of a Family. Hendrik and Arend, who had imitated his movements, alone followed Groot Willem from the house. The Boer, after promising so much, appeared so dilatory in his preparations that no dependence could be placed on his aid, and the 3 hunters galloped off without waiting for any of the farm, or any of his servants, of whom they had seen several. His excuse for not making more haste to provide help was, that no one could tell the direction in which the runaways had gone, and that to search for them in the north, when the animals might have strayed south, was sheer silliness. Much to the surprise of all, Congo had stayed behind instead of accompanying Groot Willem, according to universal custom. The Kaffir's solicitude for the safety of his young master had been so great on all former occasions, and he had shown such an unwillingness to be separated from him, that his present behaviour was a surprise to everybody who knew him. He was allowed to have his own will and way, for it was known that any efforts at making him useful by denying him this privilege would be of no avail. True and faithful as he had ever shown himself, his actions were seldom controlled by the others. "As soon as we get a mile or two away from the house," said Hendrik, "we may be able to discover their tracks. It is no use our examining the ground over which so many cattle have passed, but supposing we should learn that we are on the right course, what then, Willem?" "Then we must follow it till the giraffes are retaken," answered Willem. "I should have but little hope of catching them again," he continued, "did I not know that they are now quite tame. I should as soon think of my own horse absconding, and going 100 miles into the wilderness to avoid me. We shall find the giraffes if we persevere, and, once found, they won't hinder us from catching them." From the quiet behaviour of the giraffes for the last 3 weeks, Arend and Hendrik could not deny the truth of Willem's assertions, and all three urged their horses forward, more anxious than ever to come upon the spoor of the strays. After passing beyond the ground tracked by the farm cattle, they once more came out upon the so-called road, along which they had travelled the day before. But for more than a mile, after the most careful examination, no spoor of giraffe, old or young, was to be seen. Even those made by them on the day before could no longer be distinguished in the dust. The rain, with the tracks of other animals coming after, had obliterated them. The state of the ground they were examining was now favourable for receiving a permanent impression, and, as none appeared, they became satisfied that the runaways had not returned that way. After a long consultation which came near ending in a wrangle, Willem being opposed by his companions, it was decided that they should ride round in a circle of which the dwelling of the Boers should be the centre. By doing so, the spoor of the lost animals should be found. It was the only plan for them to take, and slowly they rode on, feeling very uncomfortable at the uncertainty that surrounded them. The country over which they were riding was a poor pasture with patches of thinly growing grass. A herd of cattle and horses, old and young, had lately gone over the ground, and often would the eye catch sight of tracks so like those made by a giraffe that one of the party would dismount for a closer examination before being able to decide. To Groot Willem, this slow process was torturing in the extreme. He believed that the giraffes were each moment moving farther away from the place. After the search had been continued for nearly 2 hours, a spoor was at length found that was unmistakably that of a camelopard. With a shout of joy, Willem turned his horse and commenced taking it up. It was fresh, made but a few hours before. Under the excitement of extreme fortune, whether it be good or bad, people do not act with much wisdom. To the fact that they had started out for the purpose of finding the spoor but not following it, that they would require the help of Congo and Spoor'em, that they must provide themselves with food and other articles necessary for a 2 or 3 days' journey. Believing that, by the time they could go back to the house and return, the giraffes would gain a distance of not less than 10 or 15 miles, Hendrik's suggestions seemed absurd, and his companion, without heeding them, kept on along the trail. Hendrik and Arend could do nothing but follow. Before they had gone very far, Arend made the observation that the tracks they were now following appeared too large to have been made by the young giraffes. "That's all a fancy of yours," rejoined Willem, as he hurried on. "There appears to have been only one that went this way," said Hendrik, after they had gone a little farther. "Never mind," answered Willem. "We have no time to look for the other. It won't be far away from its companion, and we shall probably find them together." Notwithstanding what Willem said, his comrades were convinced that they were following the track of only one giraffe, and that larger than either of those that had been lost. They again ventured to give their opinion about it. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Willem. "There has not been a giraffe in this part of the country for the last 10 years, except the 2 we ourselves brought here." This statement would have been endorsed by every settler for 100 miles around. For all that, it was a wrong one, as our adventurers soon had reason to be convinced. Before they had gone another mile, the large body and lofty head of a giraffe loomed up before their eyes. On seeing it, they put spurs to their horses and rode straight toward it. They got within about 300 yards of it before their approach was discovered. For the first 10 minutes of the chase that then ensued, the distance between the hunters and the retreating giraffe remained about the same. Gradually it began to diminish. The giraffe appeared to become exhausted with only a slight exertion, and on reaching a piece of marshy ground, where its feet sunk into the mud, it made a violent struggle and then fell over on its side. On riding forward to the spot, the hunters had an explanation of why the chase was so soon over. They were only surprised that the creature had been able to run at all. It proved to be an ancient male, of which but little was left but the skin and bones. It looked as though it was the last of its race, about to become extinct. On its back and other parts of its body were lumps as large as walnuts, the scars of old wounds, where musket bullets had been lodged in its body several years before. The rusty head of an arrow was also seen protruding from its side. It had the appearance of having been hunted for a score of years, and hundreds of times to have been within an inch of losing its life. Its enemy, man, had overtaken it at last, and was gazing upon its struggling not with exultation, but rather with pity and regret. They felt no triumph in having run down and captured a thing that had been so long struggling with death. Groot Willem, who had been for a time highly elated with the prospect of recovering the lost giraffes, was again in great despondence. Much time had been squandered in this purposeless pursuit. He was not one to yield easily to despair, and yet despair was now upon him. There was every symptom of a dark night coming down, and it was now near. Inspired either by pity or revenge, he sent a bullet from his roer into the head of the struggling skeleton, and, throwing himself into the saddle, he turned the head of his horse once more towards the house. An attempt had been made to recover the lost giraffes. It had failed. Night was close at hand. Nothing more could be done for that day, and Willem now declared his willingness to return to Graaf Reinet and die. Hope had departed from his heart, and he no longer felt a desire to live. Hendrik and Arend, although sympathizing with him in their common misfortune, exchanged looks of congratulation. They would now be permitted to go home. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 66. News of the Lost. The sky had been overclouded all day, and continued so as the sun went down. Over them descended a night as dark as Erebus. Perceiving the impracticality of getting that night to the house of the boar, a distance of 10 or 15 miles, the disappointed trackers dismounted and staked their horses upon the grass, determined to wait for the return of another day. The night was passed in fitful slumbers around a camp fire, where they were only visited by a flight of large moths, and some laughing hyenas, that by their harsh cachinnations seemed to mock them in their misery. They were in a district of country from which the most noble of its denizens seemed to have been driven, and the most despicable only remained. When morning dawned, they again climbed into their saddles and continued on towards the kraal of the boar, when, as they supposed, within about 5 miles of the house, they met 2 strange horsemen coming in the opposite direction. "Goot morgen, gentlemens," saluted one of the strangers as they drew near. "I'm glad to meet some ones coming your ways. Hash you seen anything of our horses?" "Do you mean those you are now riding?" asked Hendrik. "No, not these, but 5 other horses. No, 3 horses and 2 mares, all mitout either saddles nor bridles. One red horse mit one eye and a white put on the left behind leg. One mare mit a star on the front of his head, and—" "No," interrupted Hendrik. "We have been out since yesterday morning, but have seen no stray horses of any description. Not a horse except those we are riding ourselves." "Then we need not look in the direction you have been," said the other horseman, who spoke English with a proper accent. "Will you please tell us whence you have come?" Hendrik gave them a brief history of their course during the last 24 hours, and in doing so mentioned the object of their expedition, the search after the giraffes. "If that's what you've been after," said the man who spoke proper English, "perhaps we can assist you a little. From what you tell me, I presume you must have been staying at the kraal of Mynheer Van Ormon. Yesterday morning we were looking for our horses, about 10 miles south of his place, when we saw 2 giraffes, the first I had ever seen in my life. We were badly mounted, and unprepared for hunting anything except our strayed horses, else we should have given chase." 10 miles to the south of the kraal!" exclaimed Willem. "And we are seeking for them 20 to the north! What fools we have been! What were the giraffes doing?" he asked earnestly, turning towards the man, who had once more awakened within him the sweet sentiment of hope. "Were they grazing or going on?" "They were travelling southward at a gentle trot, but increased their speed on seeing us. We were not within a quarter of a mile of them." Our adventurers were too impatient to stay longer on the spot, and after getting a few further directions, they bade the strangers good day, and hastened on toward the house. On entering its enclosure, the first person they encountered was the boer, Mynheer Van Ormon. "I see pat luck mit you, mine boys," said the Dutchman, as they rode up to him. "I knowed it would be zo. The cameels have goed too far for you." "Yes, too far to the south," answered Willem. "We have heard of them, and must be off immediately. Where are our companions?" "They goed away yester morgen to live where the oxen get grass. They now waiting for you at the south." "That's all right," said Hendrik. "We must hasten to join them. But I think we'd be better of something to eat first. I'm starving, Mynheer Van Ormon. We must again trespass on your hospitality." "So you shall, mine boys, mit pleasure all round. But who told you I was Mynheer Van Ormon?" "The same 2 men who told us about the giraffes. They were looking for some stray horses." "Dat mush be my neighbour Klootz, who live 15 miles to the east of this place. They say they see the cameels? Where and when they see 'em?" "Yesterday morning, about 10 miles south of this place, they said." "May be dey be gone to Graaf Reinet to say you are coming. Ha, he, ha! Dat ish for gut." The boer then conducted his guests toward the dwelling. On passing a hut by the way, the hunters were surprised at seeing Congo suddenly disappear around a corner. On the part of the Kaffir the encounter appeared both unexpected and undesired, as he had started back apparently to avoid them. This was a new mystery. "Ho, Congo, come back here!" shouted Willem. "Why are you here? Why are you not with the others?" The Kaffir did not condescend to make answer, but skulked into the hut. The boer now proceeded to explain that the Kaffir had expressed a wish to be employed at his place, and had declared that he would proceed no further with his former masters, who had cruelly ill-treated him for allowing the giraffes to escape. He denied having done anything to influence this strange decision. "This cannot be," said Willem. "There must be some mistake. He is not telling the truth if he says that we beat him. I may have spoken to him somewhat harshly, I admit having done so, but I did not know he was so sensitive. I'm sorry if I have offended him, and am willing to apologize." Mynheer Van Ormon stepped up to the door of the hut and commanded the Kaffir to come forth. When Congo showed himself at the entrance, Willem apologized to him for the harsh language he had used, and, in the same manner as one friend should speak to another, entreated him to forget and forgive, and return with them to Graaf Reinet. During this colloquy the sharp eyes of the boer were glancing from master to servant, as though he knew what the result would be. They showed a gleam of satisfaction as the Kaffir declared that he preferred remaining with his new master, and the only favour he now asked of Willem was some compensation for his past services. Had Congo been one of the brothers, Hans or Hendrik von Bloom, Willem could not have done more towards effecting a reconciliation. At length, becoming indignant at the unaccountable conduct of his old servitor, he turned scornfully away, and along with Hendrik and Arend entered the house. After seeing a joint of cold boiled beef, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of Cape wine placed before his guests, the boer went out again. Hastily repairing to one of the sheds, he there found a Hottentot servant at hard work in saddling one of his horse. "Piet," he said, speaking in great haste, "quick, my boy! Jump into your saddle and ride out to the north, till you meet mine broeder and Shames. Tell them not to come more so near as half a mile to the house for 1 hour. Make haste, and be off." 2 minutes more and the Hottentot was on the horse, galloping away in the direction given to him. Having satisfied their hunger, thanked their host and his fat vrouw for their hospitality, and bidden them farewell, our adventurers started off for the south, anxious to rejoin Hans and continue the search for the giraffes. End of chapter 66. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 67 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 67. Why Congo Turned Traitor. Unwilling to trespass any longer on the hospitality of Mynheer Van Ormon, Hans had left the house with the intention to encamp somewhere near it, and wait for the return of his companions. To this the boer had made but little opposition, and his guests proceeded to prepare the Makololo for a removal. They were still suffering all the horrors of a recovery from their first spell of intoxication, and on entering the hut where they had passed the night, Hans found them full of that species of repentance that leads to strong resolutions of future reformation. On being informed of the loss of the giraffes, their remorse seemed as if it would tempt them to suicide, and one of them, while tearing his wool-covered head, kept repeating the word "Kombi, Kombi." Hans knew that this was the name of a virulent poison much in use amongst the Makololo. The 4 unfortunate men were willing to take upon themselves the whole blame of allowing the giraffes to escape, and seemed grateful for the mercy of being allowed to live any longer. After the cattle and horses had been loaded, and all got ready for a start, Congo expressed his determination to stay behind. "What does this mean, Congo?" asked Hans. "Are you angry at what your master said to you? "You must forget that. He meant no harm. What do you intend doing?" "Don't know, Baas Hans," gruffly answered Congo. "Don't know nuffin'." Believing that the Kaffir was only displeased with himself for his conduct on the night before, and that he would soon recover from his "miff," Hans made no attempt to dissuade him. Accompanied by Swartboy and the Makololo, he moved away, driving the cattle before them, and leaving Congo and his dog behind. He went in a southerly course, as the grass looked more tempting in that direction. When about 3 miles from the house he came upon a grove of trees, through which ran a little rivulet. On its bank he determined to make camp, and await the return of his companion. The manner in which he had left the boar had been rather sudden and unceremonious, and, if called upon to give an explanation of it, only some half developed reasons would have presented themselves to his mind. Of these, however, there are several. One was the desire of removing the Makololo, now under his sole care, from the temptation of swallowing any more "Cape smoke." This apprehension, however, was altogether groundless, and not even a relief from aching heads and self condemnation could have induced the subjects of Macora to drink any more for the present. Hans possessed a philosophic spirit, and, under most circumstances, could wait patiently. Swartboy and the Makololo were in want of rest, to enable them to recover from their last night's debauch. The cattle and horses were in need of the grass that grew luxuriantly on the banks of the stream. All, therefore, could pass the day but with little inconvenience arising from the absence of the others. As the night came on, the cattle were collected, and, availing themselves of the habits to which they had long since been trained, they lay down close to the large fire that had been kindled by the edge of the grove. The night passed without any incidents to disturb them, but, just as day broke, they were awakened by the barking of a dog, and soon after greeted by a familiar voice. It was that of Congo. "I thought you would think better of us and return," said Hans, pleased once more to see the face of the faithful Kaffir. "Yes, I come," answered Congo, "but not to stay. I go back again." "Why? What's brought you, then?" "To see Baas Willem. But he no here. Tell him when he come back to wait for Congo. Tell him wait 2 days, 4 days. Tell him always wait till Congo come." "But Willem will go to the house before he comes here, and you can see him yourself." "No. Maybe I off with the Boer oxen. I work there now. Tell Baas Willem to wait for Congo." "Certainly I shall do so," answered Hans. "But you are keeping something hid from me. Why do you wish to see your master, if you are so offended as to have forsaken him? What is your reason for staying behind?" "Don't know," vaguely responded the Kaffir. "Dis fool Congo don't know nuffin'." "Dere's one thing I must say for Congo," said Swartboy. "He almost allers tells the truth. He just done so now." The Kaffir smiled, as though satisfied with Swartboy's remark. After again requesting that Willem should be told to wait his return, he hastened away, followed by the dog Spoor'em. There was a mystery in the conduct of the man that Hans could not comprehend, in any other way than by taking the explanation he had himself given. Congo seemed certainly either to be a fool or acting in a very foolish way. As the morning advanced, Hans began to believe that the trackers had been successful in their search. The spoor of the giraffes must have been found and followed, or they would have been back before then. From his knowledge of Willem, Hans was certain that once on the spoor he would never leave it as long as he had strength to continue. The giraffes had become tame, and there was no reason why they should not be easily retaken. But just as the sun had mounted up to the meridian, this hope was dispelled by the appearance of Willem and his comrade coming back empty handed. "You have been unsuccessful," said Hans, as they rode up. "Well, never mind, there is still a hope left us, and that is to get safely home." "We have another hope besides that," replied Willem. "We have heard of the giraffes. They were seen yesterday morning about 7 miles to the southward of this spot. They are between us and our home, and we are not hunters if we don't recover them yet. We must be off after them immediately." Swartboy and the Makololo were directed to drive in the cattle, and all commenced making preparations for a departure. "We shall miss Congo and Spoor'em," said Willem, while the cattle were being loaded. "We shall want them badly now." "Ah!" exclaimed Hans, "I had nearly forgotten to tell you that Congo was here this morning, and wished me to say you were to wait until he came to you. He was very anxious to see you, and said you were to wait for him 4 days or longer if he did not see you in that time." "Fortunately there will be no need for that delay," rejoined Willem. "I have just seen the ungrateful rascal, not half an hour ago." "Indeed! And what did he want?" "Only to dun me for the wages due him in the last year of his services. I have never been more deceived about a man in my life. I could not have believed it possible that Congo would thus turn traitor, and desert me." The conversation was discontinued, as all became busy in making ready for a start. Chapter 67. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 68 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 68. Light out of darkness. In half an hour afterwards the hunters had broken up their camp. "I feel sorry about having to leave Congo behind," said Willem, as the cattle were being driven across the stream. "Not that I care a straw for him, the ungrateful wretch, but that we may be unable to find the spoor of the giraffes, not having him with us. He and Spoor'em would be worth everything now." "I think," rejoined his brother, "there's not much chance of our recovering them. We are now in a settled country where they will find but little rest. They will either be driven out of it, or killed by whoever comes across them." "I have thought of all that," replied Willem. "Still, I shall hope for a day or two longer. I can better survive the loss, if nobody else succeeds in obtaining the reward offered for them. But should that brother of whom the boer spoke, as being gone on a similar expedition to ours, should he perform the feat we have failed to accomplish, then I shouldn't care to live much longer." Before they had gone very far, all noticed that there was something wrong with Swartboy, who seemed also inclined to turn back, and was muttering some gibberish to himself, as was his habit when in any way perplexed or annoyed. The excitement in his mind at last became too strong to be restrained, and drawing near Willem, he asked: "What was that, Baas Willem, you said just now 'bout the brudder of dat Dutchman?" "I hardly remember, Swart," answered Willem. "Something about his going after giraffes, and getting the reward instead of ourselves. Why do you ask?" "But did they gone nor't same as we been a doin'?" "Yes, so the boer told us." "How long was dat ago?" "7 months, I think he said." "Why for you no tell me afore?" This question Willem did not think worth answering, and Swartboy for a few minutes was left to his thoughts. Presently he recommenced the conversation. "Baas Willem," said he, "I think we best stop and talk a bit. Congo no fool, but Swartboy a fool, and no mistake 'bout dat." "Well, what has that to do with our stopping for a talk?" asked Willem. "The boer's brudder he come back from the nor't without catch any giraffe," replied the Bushman. "I tink he got some now." A light suddenly dawned on the mind of Hans, who stood listening to this dialogue. The mysterious conduct of Congo appeared better than half explained. A halt was immediately ordered, and all gathered around Swartboy. Nearly 20 minutes was taken up in obtaining from the Bushman the information he had to give. From the answers made to about 100 questions, the hunters learned that, in the hut where he, Congo, and the Makololo had been so freely entertained, they had seen a Hottentot who had lately returned from a journey to the north. This Swartboy had understood from a few words the man had muttered while under the influence of the smoke. During the evening the Hottentot had been called away from the hut, and Swartboy had seen no more of him, nor thought anything of what he had said. Now, however, on hearing that the boer had a brother who had gone northward on a giraffe hunt, Swartboy conceived the idea that the drunken Hottentot had not been there alone. In all likelihood he had accompanied the expedition. It had returned unsuccessful, and the boer's brothers had stolen the 2 giraffes that were now missing. The more this conjecture was discussed, the more probable it appeared. No doubt Congo had some suspicion that there was something wrong, and he was keeping it to himself lest he might be mistaken. Had he stayed behind in the hope of ascertaining the truth? His rude behaviour to his former master, in the presence of the boar, might have been only a ruse to mislead the latter and give an opportunity for carrying out some detective contrivance. It was all in keeping with the Kaffir character, and Willem was but too delighted to think that such was the explanation. "I thought at the time I last saw him," said Willem, "that there was something in his behaviour unlike what would be shown by a trader. It seemed to contradict his words. I believe that we have all been very stupid. I hope so. I shall go back and see Congo immediately. I shall demand an explanation. He will tell me all, if I can only get the boar out of the way." "I have another idea," said Hendrik. "The two men we saw hunting for horses, and who told us they had seen our giraffes to the south, were a couple of liars. They did not speak like men telling the truth. I can see it now. We were simpletons to have been so easily deceived. They were the boar's own brothers, the very men who have robbed us." "Yes," said Hans, "and they had the assistance of Mynheer Van Ormon in doing it. How easy it is to understand his profuse hospitality now. We have indeed been duped." The belief that the giraffes had been stolen was now universal, and our adventurers were only too glad to think so. They much preferred that this should be the case than to think the animals had strayed. There would be a far better chance of recovering them. It is easy to believe what we most desire, and all agreed that the property had been surreptitiously taken from the shed. Without saying another word, Groot Willem turned his horse upon his tracks, and rode back toward the kraal of Mynheer Van Ormon. The boar met him outside the enclosures, apparently surprised to see him return. The moment Willem set his eyes upon the man's face, he saw that there was something amiss. He observed a strong expression of displeasure, accompanied with a glance of uneasiness. "I have come back to have a chat with my old servant," said Willem. "He has been with me for so many years that I don't like to part with him on slight grounds." "Vert good," answered Van Ormon. "You can see him when he come home. He hash goed after the oxen. If you please take him along mit you when you leave." As the sun was now about setting, Willem knew that the Kaffir must soon be coming in with the cattle, and he rode off from the house in the hope of meeting him. Soon a large herd was seen approaching from the plain, and, riding around it, Willem found Congo in company with two Hottentots. While in the presence of his companions, the Kaffir would not speak to him, but he was apparently devoting every thought to the task of directing the movements of the herd. His old master seemed unworthy of his notice. "We have been all wrong in our conjectures," thought Willem. "Congo has really deserted me. No man could keep up such an appearance as he is doing. I may go back again." He was about to turn away, when Congo, observing that both the Hottentots had gone a few yards ahead, and were busy talking to one another, muttered in a low tone: "Go back, Baas Willem, and wait at you camp. I come there to morrow morning." Willem was not only satisfied, but overjoyed. Those words were enough to tell him that his Kaffir was still faithful, that he was acting for the best, and that all would yet be well. He returned to his companions as cheerful and happy as he had been 2 nights before, while sitting by the Dutchman's fireside, and after the exhilarating influence of the Schiedam. End of chapter 68. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 69 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 69. The Kaffir Discovers Too Much. When Congo was made aware that the giraffes were missing, he believed himself more to blame than anyone else. Conscience told him that he had neglected his duty. His regret for what had happened inspired him with a strong resolve to do all in his power towards recovering the lost animals. On examining the broken stockade through which they had escaped, he had doubts as to its being their work. In crushing out the posts with the weight of their bodies, they must have made a noise that he should have heard, for the giraffes had been tied within 10 yards of where he had passed the night. The posts to which they had been attached had not been dragged away, as would have been the case had the animals drawn them out with their reim fastenings. He had a suspicion that they had been taken down by human hands, but as the others did not appear to think so, he fancied there might be a possibility of his being wrong. He therefore kept his suspicions to himself. Had he said that the giraffes could not have knocked down the stockade without his hearing them, he would have been told that he was too drunk to hear anything, and his testimony discredited. He knew that he was not. He had observed something else to confirm his suspicion. He remembered the Hottentot, who in his cups declared that he had lately been to the north, where he had seen giraffes hunted and killed. He had heard the Hottentot called out from among the company, and by a man who spoke boorish English. The voice was not that of the proprietor of the place, whom he had seen early in the evening, and yet he had observed no other white man about the establishment. Moreover, some saddled horses he had seen in the stables the night before were also gone. It was these things that had determined him to stay at the house and watch. On the pretense of hiring himself to the boer, he was permitted to remain. Every day something turned up to confirm his suspicions. He had seen the Hottentot set off, while Willem, Arend, and Hendrik were eating their breakfast inside, and soon after their departure he had witnessed the arrival of 2 white men, who appeared to consider the place their home. Those men, he believed, had been there on the night when the giraffes were missed, and Congo suspected them to be the thieves. He saw them go off again in the direction they had come, equipped as for a hunting expedition, or for some distant journey. He would have followed them, but dared not, lest his doing so might be observed and excite the suspicion of the boer. Believing that they would not go far that night, he made up his mind to track them on the following morning. Stealing away from the shed where he slept, he took up their spoor as soon as the first light of day would allow of it, and following this, he soon saw enough to assure him that his suspicions were correct. A journey of 10 miles brought him amongst some ranges of steep hills, separated from each other by deep, narrow gorges. On ascending to the top of one of these, he perceived a small column of smoke rising from a ravine below. Throwing his hat upon the ground, and commanding the dog Spoor'em to keep a watch upon it, he stalked forward and soon obtained a view of what was causing the smoke. It was a fire kindled under the shadow of some cameel doorn trees, as if for the bivouac of hunters. Judging by 2 animals that stood tied to the trees, Congo knew that they who had kindled the fire were not hunters, but thieves. The animals in question were giraffes, young ones, the same that Congo had been driving before him for some hundreds of miles. Contrary to his expectations, there appeared to be but one man in charge of them, and that neither of the 2 he had seen the evening before at Van Ormon's. The men he had been tracking must have visited the camp and gone off again. Their absence was but of little consequence. The giraffes were there, and that was all he wanted. He could go back now and guide the real owners to the spot, who would then be able to reclaim their property. Had the 2 men he had traced to the camp been seated by the fire, he would no doubt have succeeded in accomplishing his plans. But unfortunately they were not. After noting the topography of the place, so that he might easily recognize it, he turned to depart. Before proceeding 20 paces on his way, he was startled by the report of a gun. The sound was followed by a howl of pain, which he knew came from the hound Spoor'em. At the same instant, trotting out from some bushes on the brow of the hill, he saw 2 mounted men. One glance told him they were the men he had seen in the evening before in the house of Van Ormon. They were those on whose track he had come. Crouching among the bushes, he endeavored to avoid being seen, but in this he was unsuccessful. A shout from one of the men told him that he was discovered, and soon after, the hoof strokes of the galloping horse told that they were rapidly approaching his hiding place. Though swift of foot, there was no chance for him to escape. For all that, instinct led him to take to his heels. For some distance downhill, which was very steep, he was able to keep in advance of his mounted pursuers. But once on the level ground, the horsemen soon closed upon him, and the chase was brought to an abrupt termination by one of them striking him from behind with the butt of his gun, and rolling him flat upon his face. End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 70. Congo, a Captive. The horsemen pulled up with a shout of exultation. "What did you stop for?" asked the one who had struck the blow. "Why didn't you keep on running?" he added with a fiendish laugh, as he leaned over the prostrate body of the Kaffir. "Yes, why don't you go on to tell where de 2 camels be, to der fools whom found 'em?" asked the other. "Why don't yer do dat?" The 2 men who were addressing the half-unconscious Congo were the same 2 Willem, Arend, and Hendrik had met the day before, the men who had directed them to search to the south.
One was the brother of Mynheer Van Ormon, the other was his brother-in-law. They were men who had for many years been living on the borders of the colony, part of their time engaged in fighting Kaffirs and Griquas and robbing them of their cattle, the other part in trading with the natives for ostrich feathers and ivory. They had lately returned from an unsuccessful expedition to the north, the object of which had been to procure 2 young giraffes, in order to obtain the reward or price offered for them by the consul of the Netherlands. On seeing within the kraal of their kinsman Mynheer Van Ormon the very animals they had sacrificed so much time in vainly searching for, they could not resist the opportunity of appropriating them. Their idea was to conceal the animals for a few weeks among the hills, until those to whom they properly belonged, giving them up as lost, should return to their homes. The giraffes might then be taken to Cape Town and disposed of, without the original owners ever knowing anything of the trick that had been played upon them. Unfortunately for Congo, they had that morning been in search of something for food, and had returned just in time to see him playing spy upon their camp. "This is the villain who pretended to quarrel with his master and leave him," said the man who had knocked the Kaffir down. "I told Van Ormon to send him off with the others, but he was sure the fellow did not wish to assist them, and could not if he would. By this folly our game has been nearly lost. We've just been in time, but what are we to do with the black brute, now that we've caught him?" "Kill him," replied the other, who was the brother of Van Ormon. "He must never got to de white mans. Dey would come and rob us all." "Very likely. Some people are bad enough to do anything. But I have half killed this fellow already. You may do your share, and finish him if you like." "No, Shames, as you begins this little job, it is best you finish it yourself." Bad as were the 2 ruffians into whose hands Congo had fallen, neither of them liked to give him the coup de grace, and, undecided what else to do with him, they tied his hands behind his back. He was then assisted to his feet, and, reeling like a drunken man, was led towards their camp. Congo soon began to recover from the effects of the blow, and became sensible of the danger he was in. By their talk he could tell that they intended putting him out of the way. From their savage looks and gestures he could see there was but little hope of his life being spared. His captors would not dare to let him escape. He had learned too much to be allowed to live. No assistance could be expected from his master and companions. They were waiting for him far away. "Is this the game you have brought back?" exclaimed the man sitting over the campfire, as the others came up dragging their captive after them. "Yes, and as you are the cook, you must dress it for our dinners," replied he who answered to the name of Shames. "Well, why don't you tell me what this means?" interrogated the first. "Only this: we have caught a spy. We have been tracked by him to this place, but there's no great harm done yet. We're in luck, and nothing can go wrong with us. Our catching this fellow is a proof of it." A long consultation was now carried on between the ruffians, in which they all agreed in the necessity of putting the prisoner to death. It would never do to let him live. He would in the end bring them into trouble, even if kept a prisoner for years. His tongue must be silenced forever. There was but one way of silencing it. That was, never to allow him to leave the place alive. There was a point upon which his captors were a little in doubt. Had the Kaffir undertaken the task of tracking them upon his own responsibility, or with the knowledge and at the instigation of his masters? In the former case only would they be safe in destroying him. In the latter, the act might be attended with danger. To make sure of this, one of the 3 men, Van Ormon's brother it was, proposed going back to the house, there, if possible, to ascertain how the case stood. To this the other 2 readily consented, and, mounting his horse, he rode off for the kraal of his kinsman. As soon as he was gone, the others tied Congo to a tree, and then, seating themselves under the shade of the Cameel Doorn, they proceeded to amuse themselves with a game of cards. 4 hours passed, hours that to the Kaffir seemed days. He was in a state of indescribable agony. The thongs of hide that bound his wrists to the branches were cutting into the flesh, and besides there was before his mind the positive certainty that he had not much longer to live. The fear of death, however, scarce gave him so much mental pain as his anxiety to know something of the fate of his companions, and his wish that Groot Willem should recover the giraffes. He now regretted that he had not revealed his suspicions at the last interview with his young master. This might have saved the hunters from their loss, and himself from the fate that now threatened him. It was too late. He had acted for the best, but acted wrongly. In the afternoon Van Ormon's brother came riding back to the camp. "Well, what news?" asked James, as he came within speaking distance. "It is all right. Dey don't know nothin' of what's up. Mine brudder have constant watch over their camp. They be in Von Quandary and will soon go home." "Is Van Ormon sure that they hadn't any communication with this Kaffir?" asked James. "Yesh, they had. One of them came to the house and saw this fella yesterday. But for all that, Blackie never said von little word to him. They were well watched while they washed together." "Then perhaps it is not all right, as you say. They may have the same suspicion that led him here. Why the deuce don't they go off home? I don't like their hanging about so long." "I tell you, Shames, it ish all right. We have only to get rid of the spy. He must never see the fools who own him again. What ish we to do with him?" "Send a bullet through his body," said the man who had been left in charge of the giraffes. "Yes, he must be killed in that way or some other, certainly," said James. "But which of us is to do it? It's a pity we did not shoot him down while he was running. Then was the time. I don't like the thing now that I've cooled down." Bad as the ruffians were, none of them liked to commit a murder in cold blood. They had determined that Congo must die, yet none of them wished to act as the executioner. After a good deal of discussion and some wrangling, a bright idea flashed across the brain of Van Ormon's brother. He proposed that their prisoner should be taken to a pool that was some distance from the gorge, that he be tied to a tree by the side of the pool and left there for the night. "I see de spoor of lion dere every mornin'," said he, grinning horribly as he spoke. "I bet mine life we find no more of dis black fella ask a few red spots." This plan was agreeable to all, and at sundown the Kaffir was released from his fastenings, conducted down the narrow valley, and firmly spliced to a sapling that stood close to the edge of the pool. To provide against any chance of his being heard and released by a stray traveller, a stick was stuck crosswise in his mouth, the bight of a string made fast over each end of it, and then securely knotted at the back of his head. After taking a survey of his fastenings, to see that there was no danger of their coming undone, his cruel captors made him a mocking salute, and, bidding him good-bye, strode off towards their camp. End of chapter 70. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 71 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 71. A Fight by Firelight. Anxiously did Groot Willem wait for the next morning and the promised visit from Congo. But the morning came and passed without any Congo. Willem became impatient and could not content himself any longer in the camp. "This will not do," he exclaimed, as he saw that the sun was again going down in the sky. "We must not remain here. Perhaps Congo cannot come. Of course he cannot, or he would have been here before now. We must look for him, but it will not do for all of us to go together. Hendrik, will you come with me?" Hendrik readily responded to the invitation. The two mounted their horses and rode off towards the residence of Van Ormon. From the behavior of Congo when Willem had last seen him, the latter was quite certain that his visits at the kraal were not desired. The Kaffir probably supposed that they might interfere with his plans by bringing suspicion upon himself. This, however, did not prevent Willem from going to see him once more. Congo had broken his promise, and that was a proof that something must be wrong. On their new visit to Mynheer Van Ormon, this gentleman did not take the slightest trouble to show them civility. "Dat black villain you call Congo," said he, "goed away last night. We thought he was with you. When you finds him again, take him to der Teufel, if you likes, and keep him there." "Do you think he has gone away from this place?" asked Willem of Hendrik, as they rode out from Van Ormon's enclosures. "Yes," answered Hendrik. "I see no reason to doubt it. But why did he not come back to me as he promised?" "There's some good reason for his not having done so. I wish I knew in what direction he has gone." "That difficulty may soon be removed," said Hendrik. "I fancy I can tell it to a point of the compass. It will be found a little to east of north." "Why do you say that?" "Because it was in that quarter we encountered the two men on the day after the giraffes were missing. Moreover, we know they are not south, for that is the way those false guides wanted us to take." Too excited to return to camp without doing something, Willem proposed that they should ride out on the plain towards the northeast, and see whether anything could be learned about Congo. To this Hendrik agreed, and after going southward about a mile from Van Ormon's house, they turned, rode circuitously around it, and then struck off for the northeast. They had no great hope of finding the object of their search, but it was necessary for them to do something, and as Hendrik's surmise was not without some probability, they kept on. After making about 5 miles across the plain, they came within sight of some hills that began to loom up on the horizon to the northeast. They were still, to all appearance, about 4 miles distant. "Just the place where our property might be concealed," suggested Hendrik. "No one would hide giraffes on a plain. If we do not find them yonder, and this very night, we deserve to lose them." The sun was just setting as they reached the crest of the first range of hills. Looking back over the road they had just traveled, a horseman was seen coming across the plain, a mile distant from the spot where they had halted. "If we watch that man," said Hendrik, "and not let him see us, we shall probably find what we're in search of. If not one of the thieves themselves, he looks to me very like a messenger going to them from Van Ormon's. From the behavior of the boar, I'm now convinced that our giraffes have been stolen, and Van Ormon himself is the thief." Riding in among some trees, they dismounted, and securing their horses in the cover, watched the man who was approaching from the plain. In the twilight they saw him toil slowly up the slope, a little to the east of them, and then continue his course over the summit of the ridge, going on towards the next. The night was now so dark that he could not be kept in sight without their riding very near to him. In this there would be danger. The hoof strokes of their horses might be heard. To avoid this they permitted him to keep far in the advance, and rode slowly and noiselessly after, trusting to chance to conduct them upon his track. Fortune favored them. On mounting a hill about a half a mile from the place where they had last seen the lone horseman, they came in sight of a campfire that appeared burning in the bottom of the ravine below. Both dismounted, tied their horses to the trees, and silently stole towards the light. It grew larger and brighter as they advanced upon it. Without the slightest danger of being themselves seen, they drew nearer and nearer, until they could make out the figures of 3 men seated around the fire. These appeared engaged in an earnest confabulation. But for the messenger who had gone back to the house of Mynheer van Ormon, Willem and Hendrik might have long wandered amongst the hills without seeing anything to reward them for their journey. As it was, they saw that which caused Willem a thrill of joy, so intense he could scarce restrain himself from crying out. Congo's suspicions, whether based upon instinct or reason, had not been idle fancies. Tied to a tree, under the glare of the campfire, stood 2 young giraffes, the animals that had not strayed but been stolen. A hurried consultation took place between the 2 hunters. They must obtain possession of their property, but how? They did not wish to be killed in the endeavor to right themselves, and they did not wish to kill those who had robbed them, if they could avoid doing so. "Let us give them a chance," said Willem. "If they will surrender the stolen giraffes peaceably, we shall let them off. If not, then I mean to shoot them down without mercy. We must take the law into our own hands. There is not a court or magistrate within 100 miles of us." While they were thus hastily arranging upon a plan of action, the 3 men seated around the fire commenced cooking their suppers. Only a few words more were interchanged between Willem and Hendrik, who had come to an understanding as to how they should act. Carrying their guns at full cock, they stepped silently forward side by side and close together. Under cover of the timber they advanced within 10 paces of the unsuspecting thieves, and then boldly stepped out into the light. "Keep your seats!" cried Groot Willem in a loud, commanding voice. "The first of you that stirs shall die like a dog." The man known as Shames showed signs of an intention to spring to his feet and seize hold of a gun that lay near. "Don't, for your soul's sake, don't!" shouted the great hunter. The warning was not heeded, and the man rushed toward the gun, took it up, and at once brought it to the level. But before he could touch his trigger, Willem's roar delivered its loud report, and the thief fell forward onto the fire. Van Ormon's brother, not heeding the fate of his companion, made some show of resistance, but this was instantly ended by a blow from the butt of Groot Willem's gun, which he now held clenched in his hand. The third of the thieves did not stay for similar treatment, but bolted from the camp at a pace that would have left most horses behind him. The guns of all three were picked up, discharged, and then smashed against a tree. The giraffes were untied and taken up to the place where the horses had been left, after which Willem and Hendrik mounted into their saddles, and, leading the camel leopards behind them, commenced a backward march toward camp, where they had left their companions. The fate of the 2 men left by the fire remained from that moment unknown to our adventurers, nor did they care to inquire about it. Before leaving the spot it was seen that neither of them had received a mortal wound, and as there was still one unharmed to take care of them, in all probability they recovered. That at least was the hope and belief of the hunters. End of chapter 71. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 72 of The Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 72. All right once more. On finding himself tied to a tree, gagged and abandoned, Congo could see but one chance of his being released from his confinement, and that was by some beast of prey. He was quite sure that those who had left him there would never return to relieve him. His reflections were anything but pleasant. They bore some resemblance to those of a sick man who has been assured by his physician that there is no chance for him to recover. The Kaffir was not one to give way to a cowardly fear of death, but there was another thought in his mind almost as disagreeable, and that was the chagrin he felt at not being able to see his beloved master again, and make known his discovery of the giraffes. He even thought, while waiting for his approaching fate, that if by any means he could let Groot Willem know where his property was concealed, he would then die content. An hour passed, and a heavy darkness gathered around him. It was the shades of night. A few small animals of the antelope kind came trotting up to the pool and quenched their thirst. They were followed by some jackals. Other visitors might soon be expected, visitors that might not depart without rudely releasing him from his confinement. Half an hour later, and his eyes, piercing through the gloom of the night, became fixed upon a quadruped, whose species he could not well make out. It appeared about the size of a leopard. It was crawling slowly and silently towards him. It drew nearer, and just as he thought it was about to spring upon him, it uttered a low moaning noise. Congo recognized the dog Spoor'em. For a moment there was joy in the African's soul. The faithful dog was still living, and had not forsaken him. If he was to die, it would be in company of the most affectionate friend a man can have among the brute creation. Groot Willem and the giraffes were for a while forgotten. As the dog crawled close up to him, Congo saw that it carried one leg raised up from the ground, and that the hair from the shoulder downwards was clotted with blood. Spoor'em appeared to forget the pain of his wound in the joy of again meeting his master, and never had Congo felt so strongly the wish to be able to speak. Gagged as he was, he could not one kind word of encouragement could he give to the creature that, despite its own sufferings, had not forsaken him. He knew that the dog was listening for the familiar tones of his voice, and looked reproachful that he was not allowed to hear them. Congo did not wish even a brute to think him ungrateful, and yet there was no way by which he could let Spoor'em know that such was the case. Not long after the arrival of the dog, Congo heard the report of a gun. To the sharp ears of the Kaffir it seemed to have a familiar sound. It was very loud, and like the report of a roer. It sounded like Groot Willem's gun, but how could the hunter be there? Congo could not hope it was he. Some minutes of profound silence succeeded the shot, which was then followed by 3 others, and once more all was still. A quarter of an hour passed, and hoof-strokes were heard on the hill above. A party of horsemen were riding along the crest of the ridge. Congo could hear their voices, mingling with the heavy footfall of the horses. They were about to pass by the spot. "The thieves," thought Congo. "They are shifting their quarters." They were not more than 100 yards from the tree where he was tied, and as they came opposite, and just as he became satisfied that they were going on without chance of seeing him, he heard a sort of struggle, followed by the words, "Hold up a minute, Hendrik. My horse has got on one side of a tree, and Tootle the other." The voice was Willem's, and Tootle was the name of one of the young giraffes. Congo made a desperate effort to free his hands from their fastenings, as well as to remove the stick that was distending his jaws. The struggle was in vain. There appeared no way by which he could sound an alarm and let his friends know that he was near. He could think of none. They were leaving him. They would return to Graaf Reinet, and he would be left to die at the foot of the tree, or be torn from it by wild beasts. He was almost frantic with despair, when an idea suddenly occurred to him. He could not speak himself, but why could not the dog do so for him? His feet were still free, and raising one of them, he gave Spoor'em a kick, a cruel kick. The poor animal crouched at his feet and uttered a low whine. It could not have been heard 30 paces away. Again the foot was lifted and dashed against the ribs of the unfortunate dog, that neither made an effort to avoid the blow nor any complaint at receiving it. The only answer vouchsafed was but a low, querulous whine, that seemed to say, "Why is this, master? In what have I offended you?" Just as the foot was lifted for the 3rd time, the air reverberated to a long, loud roar. It was the voice of a hungry lion, that appeared to be only a few paces from the spot. Spoor'em instantly sprang to his feet, and answered the king of beasts by a loud, defiant bark. The faithful animal that could not resist its master's ill treatment was but too ready to defend that master from the attack of a third party. In the bark of Spoor'em there was an idiosyncrasy. It was heard and instantly recognized. The moment after Congo had the pleasure of hearing the tramp of horses as they came trotting down the hill, and the voice of Willem calling out to him. When released from the tree, and the gag taken from his mouth, the first words he uttered were those of apology to Spoor'em for the kicks he had just administered. From the demonstrations made by the dumb creature, there was every reason to believe that he accepted the apology in the spirit in which it was given. Willem compelled Congo, who had now been 36 hours without food, to mount upon his own horse, but this the Kaffir would consent to do only on the condition that he would be allowed to take Spoor'em up along with him. They at once started away from the spot, and by an early hour of the following morning reached the camp where Hans, Arend, and the others had remained. Swartboy, in the joy of seeing them again, increased by the sight of the giraffes, declared that he would never more call Congo a fool. This promise he has never been known to break. In the afternoon the journey towards Graaf Reinet was resumed, Spoor'em being carried for 2 or 3 days on the back of one of the oxen, snugly ensconced in a large willow basket woven by Congo for that express purpose. End of chapter 72. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 73 of the Giraffe Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anastasia Saloha. The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 73. Conclusion. One evening, after a long day's journey, our adventurers found themselves within a few miles of home. A gallop of an hour or two would place them in the society of the relatives and friends from whom they had been so long absent. Arend and Hendrik were impatient to ride forward in advance of their companions, but each refrained from making the proposition to the other. Greatly to their annoyance, they saw Hans and Willem halt at the house of a boer, and commence making arrangements for passing the night. This the two did with as little unconcern as though they were still hundreds of miles from home. Both Willem and Hans possessed a fair share of old-fashioned Dutch philosophy that told them no circumstances should hinder them from being merciful to the animals that had served them so long and so well. Early next morning, as the hunters passed through Graaf Reinet on the way to their own homes, all the inhabitants of the village turned out to bid them welcome. By most of the people dwelling in the place, the young giraffes were looked upon with as much astonishment as the former Makalola felt while gazing upon the spire of the village church. There was not an inhabitant of the place over 10 years of age who had not heard something of the expedition on which our adventurers had set forth some months before. All knew the objects for which it had been undertaken, and cause of the majority had prophesied another failure in the accomplishment of what so many experienced hunters had already failed to effect. "We are now returning home in a respectable manner," remarked Hendrik to the others, as he observed the enthusiastic spirit in which they were welcomed by the people. "Yes," answered Arend, "and it is to Willem's perseverance that we owe all this." "I don't know that I have displayed any great perseverance, as you call it," said Willem. "I was as anxious as any of you to return home, but I did not like to come back without a couple of young giraffes. That was all the difference between us." The others made no reply, but rode on silently, thinking of the generosity of their gigantic companion. On former expeditions, our adventurers had been absent even a longer time, but never did home seem so dear to them as now, and never did they find on their return so warm a welcome as that extended to them now. The two young ladies, Truey von Bloom and Wilhelmina Van Wyk, were delighted at again meeting with their lovers, and what is more, were honest enough to admit that such was the case. Congo and Swartboy endeavored to repay themselves for the hardships of the past by assuming grand airs over the other servants, domestics belonging to their masters, as also by an unusual indulgence in eating, drinking, and sleeping. Groot Willem had still another journey to accomplish. It was to accompany Hans to Cape Town on his intended trip to Europe, and to deliver to the Dutch consul the captured camelopards. This journey, however, was not undertaken until he had given himself, his horses, and giraffes a month's rest. During this time the Makalola were treated with the great kindness by all the household of the two families to which their young friends belonged. Before returning to the north, each was presented with a horse, a gun, and a suit of clothes, and several useful presents were sent by Groot Willem to his generous friend and protector, Macora. Previous to his departure for Europe, Hans desired to be present at two important ceremonies that must sooner or later take place, and in which the families of von Bloom and Van Wyk were both more or less interested. But Hans was impatient to set out on his intended tour, and Hendrik and Arend were much pleased that such was the case. Under these circumstances, Miss Turley and Miss Wilhelmina were prevailed upon to appoint an early day for making the two cornets the happiest of men. The day after the double marriage, Willem and Hans started for Cape Town, taking with them the giraffes and the ivory they had brought from the north. The animals that had cost so much time and toil in procuring were delivered to the council, and the bounty money handed over. The camelopards became fellow passengers of the young philosopher in his voyage to Europe. Willem parted with them and Hans as the ship was getting under way, and on the same day started back to his distant home in Graaf Reinet. There he still dwells, endeavoring to pass his time in peaceful pursuits. But this endeavor he finds great difficulty in carrying out, partly through his own restless desire to seek new adventures, and partly through the solicitations of young Jan and Klaas, who, stimulated by the tales told by their elder brothers, are now keenly anxious to relinquish the pursuit of knowledge for that of game. Hendrik and Arend have no longer a desire to go in quest of such sport. Home is now too dear to them, and both are satisfied to leave to their young brothers the pleasure of spending a few months on the far frontier, and earning, as they so nobly did, the title of Giraffe Hunters. End of chapter 73. End of The Giraffe Hunters by Thomas Mayne Reid.